कॉन्टैक्ट है लोकल अथॉरिटीज़ के साथ कि जो भी मेजर्स लिए जाने ज़रूरी हैं उसमें हम किस तरह से उनके साथ बात करके ये मेजर्स लगाए जा सकें. Okay, moving on to other topics, please. Siddhant, go ahead.
So my question is, Taiwan is opening its office.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Siddhant from Beyond, my question is, Taiwan is opening its center, its office in Mumbai. How do you see this development? Was there any conversation between the two sides when it comes to opening of this office?
Okay. Yeah.
So Meghna Dev from ED News. A diplomatic advisor to the French president is in India, and he has met the national security advisor as well. This comes ahead of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to France. Can you tell us more on anything on the discussions and who else is?
The Ministry of External Affairs briefing the Indian press. There have been worrying instances of arson and violence where consulates of
related question,
Indian missions abroad is concerned, and especially you heard there in the MEA briefing where the issue of the attack on the Indian consulate in San Francisco was also brought up. On the other hand, there has been concern, and grave one at that, if Canada is being soft on Khalistan supporters or Khalistani terrors, where vote bank politics comes into question. Well, this comes also days after the centre summoned the Canadian envoy and issued a démarche over the increasing activities of pro-Khalistani elements in Canada. What you just heard also was in the MEA briefing a detailed note on how there is a sense of worry, and various governments have been escalated at a diplomatic level on the safety of Indian diplomats and consulates abroad. Let's listen in once again.
We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism. So that's actually what we would like to, emphasize. Look, our sense is that these posters inciting violence against our diplomats and our diplomatic premises abroad are unacceptable, and we condemn them in the strongest terms. With respect to Canada, the matter has been strongly taken up with the Canadian authorities, both in New Delhi and in Ottawa. We have called on the Government of Canada to take all steps to ensure the safety of our diplomats and security of our diplomatic missions in Canada. It is a matter of concern that freedom of expression and speech is once again being misused by anti-India elements based in Canada and elsewhere. And we continue to press the Canadian side to ensure that our diplomats can carry out their normal functions without fear or intimidation.
All right, listen in now, facing questions on pro-Khalistani gatherings, attacks where the Indian consulate and Indian diplomats are concerned, and the element and the brewing pro-Khalistan sentiment where Canada is concerned. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau spoke a short while ago, forcing India to retort as well. Listen in.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not...
All right, at the back of that statement made by the Canadian Prime Minister, you have the Indian Ministry of External Affairs responding very clearly, quoting that that at the highest diplomatic levels, the issue of Khalistani sympathizing has been raised where Canada is concerned, especially where it comes down to safety of Indian diplomats or the Indian Commission. And there is a sense that possibly Canada is being soft on Khalistan supporters for votes. All of this coming at the back of the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's statement there. Now, all of this comes in the wake, viewers, at a time where the centre had summoned the Canadian envoy and issued a démarche over the increasing activities by pro-Khalistani elements and a pro-Khalistani sentiment surge on Canadian soil. And we have seen that happen in other countries as well. However, you saw that demarcation being made by the Ministry of External Affairs, where it was stated very clearly that where the attack on the Indian consulate in San Francisco is concerned, it was escalated at the highest level and responded by the United States of America in a similar fashion. However, that kind of alacrity of redressal wasn't seen in the form where Canada is concerned, and where Canada is concerned, it's India has made its stand very, very clear as well. It also comes in the wake of India summoning the Canadian envoy and issuing a démarche over what India calls is heightened pro-Khalistani activity, especially against Indian diplomats and the Indian consulates abroad. Now, Justin Trudeau, when questioned on India's question on pro-Khalistani gatherings, attack on consulate, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had said his country has always taken threats of violence extremely seriously. When he was asked about a parade float which glorified the murder, the killing of Indian Prime Minister then Indira Gandhi, Justin Trudeau at that point of time had responded to the allegations on being soft on Khalistani supporters, possibly for electoral goals. He had said then they are wrong. Canada has always taken serious view of violence and threat of violence. I want to cut across to our external affairs editor, Geeta Mohan, who's joining us for more. Geeta, statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs at the back of the Canadian envoy who was called, and a démarche given in terms of the heightened Khalistani, pro-Khalistani activity on Canadian soil.
Well, that's right, Preeti. Not just Canada. We're looking at statement from the Ministry of External Affairs with regards to the UK, to US administration's response, as also finally to Canada's response. And while Justin Trudeau has said that they do not tolerate any kind of extremism or violence, particularly against Indian missions and diplomats, the fact is that there has been an increase in Khalistani extremism, separatism and violence against the Indian missions, as also a threat. In many ways, you could call it direct threat against Indian diplomats by putting out their details and their pictures on posters across Canada. So that's certainly the concern.
Geeta, has the Ministry of External Affairs said that Justin Trudeau is legitimizing the violence on Canadian soil? Has there been a direct response to Justin Trudeau's statement by naming the Prime Minister of Canada?
Well, that's right, Preeti. The fact that Prime Minister, the Ministry of External Affairs has indeed come out and explained itself when it comes to the kind of the kind of statement that Prime Minister Trudeau made. And in that, they have actually come out and said that India has strongly condemned the entire incident, and that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but an adequate action on violence, extremism, and terrorism in the name of the space should not be given to such people. While Preeti, the statement does not really mention Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, but it does really speak very explicitly about the fact that there is a certain amount of double speak by Canada when it comes to what action has been taken and what is happening on Canadian soil, or for that matter in Canada. The fact that there has been no prosecution, that in the name of freedom of expression, the extremists are allowed to carry out anti-India propaganda, and that assassins of Indira Gandhi are celebrated in Canada is not just condemnable, but also should invite action, and that action certainly has not come about. But if you look at the statement that came from Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, he very clearly said that it won't be tolerated and that any kind of extremism is not tolerated. We do know that démarches have been issued in New Delhi as also in
Right.
Ottawa, and the Indian side really is seeking some sort of assurance from Canada under the Vienna Convention. India has spelled out that this is an obligation of the host country under Vienna Convention to provide absolute safety and security. The US
Right.
administration, Preeti, did come out and say that they are obliged to under Vienna Convention and they will adhere to that. Similarly, the UK administration also did the same. But when it comes to Canada, there has been certain amount of reluctance
Right.
in terms of how they're approaching the entire incident, how they're approaching India's concerns, and what freedom of expression really means to Canada in terms of allowing the space to Khalistanis.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Geeta, for that clarity. Thank you there. We're going to continue to cut across to Geeta Mohan for the latest that is coming in on India is seeing a very, very strong statement when it comes down to a surge in pro-Khalistani sentiment on foreign soil, especially Canada. A quick break to stay with us. On the other side, outrage after Karnataka Speaker demands VVIP lanes for lawmakers in Karnataka. BJP hits out, calls it elitism.
You are watching India Today.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility, and you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you'll probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally, or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me, it looks unlikely.
Maybe you've succeeded in quitting your regular soda consumption, but diet sodas aren't your alternative. According to some research, your brain responds to artificial sweeteners in a manner similar to how it responds to sugary sweets. Consuming them frequently could make you want more high-calorie food, increasing your risk of weight gain. The same applies to diet sodas. According to a different study, those who are overweight or suffer from obesity who converted to diet sodas were more likely to eat additional calories from food than those who continued to drink regular soda. Actually, individuals who use diet soda have a greater BMI than those who do not. Diet soda can confuse insulin. Your brain normally associates sweet with calories. In the realm of human physiology, that's a good thing. It drives your body to release insulin as sugar's chaperone to the cells to create fuel. In the past, people assumed this process couldn't occur when we consumed artificial sweeteners because calories don't allow the sweet flavor. Diet soda might alter how your brain responds to sweetness. According to studies, those who drink diet soda exhibit increased brain activity in the region of the brain linked to cravings for foods high in fat and sugar. Diet soda consumption seems to change the reward center of your brain that detects sweetness. This suggests that diet sodas may alter how your brain responds to urges for meals rich in calories. No soda, no diet soda. Then what should you drink instead?
Any diet drinks are actually not a great thing to have. I would stick to natural stuff, lemonade, sugarcane juice, which is actually better than a diet drink, or coconut water, or fruit infused waters. They're also sweet. But it's just that, we are not able to cut down the taste of sugar and we want something which tastes fizzy and sweet, but actually we are mocking our bodies and completely spoiling our gut health by having diet drinks.
Diet sodas have long been promoted by beverage companies as a healthy alternative to their full sugar drinks, although this is not true medically. With Kshitija Gosavi, Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
All right, the latest news break coming in from Sharad Pawar factions called National Executive in the national capital, Delhi. Sharad Pawar faction has now expelled all rebels. Sharad Pawar faction passes resolution against the rebels. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and 9 others expelled. Sharad Pawar faction passes resolution at the Delhi National Executive Meet. One can now only expect a counter to come from the Ajit Pawar faction very soon, which has already deemed this particular National Executive illegal and any decisions made in that illegal. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai Bureau Chief, joins us from the national capital, Sharad Pawar's residence. Sahil, would you take us through this news break?
Well, there is a resolution passed in this meeting attended by 21 members of the National Executive. The 4 members who were not present have been now expelled by this particular National Executive under the leadership of Sharad Pawar. Sunil Tatkare, the party's National Treasurer and the General Secretary, has also been expelled. Praful Patel, the working president of the party, has been expelled. And the 9 MLAs, along with Ajit Pawar, who took oath on Sunday in Mumbai, all of them have been expelled by the party for aligning with the BJP and going against the party ideology. It also, the resolution of this National Executive also empowers Sharad Pawar to take action against those who are going against the party ideology. And it is very clear now that even Sharad Pawar fraction is gearing up for the fight in the Election Commission. Now, Ajit Pawar, before this meeting started, Ajit Pawar came up with a press release and said that this particular National Executive is completely illegal because now the matter is in front of Election Commission, whereas the people here were telling us at Sharad Pawar's residence in Delhi are telling us that the Ajit Pawar fraction approached the Election Commission on 5th of July, whereas they had already filed a caveat in front of the ECI. So, the press release doesn't apply. The meeting is completely legal because it's a working committee plus extended working committee. So, almost 21 members out of 25 are present at this point of time in this room in the house of Sharad Pawar. We tried to speak to Sharad Pawar that why the meeting is not being held in the NCP office in Delhi. The NCP office in Delhi is under control of Praful Patel, and that's why the meeting has been called here at the Sharad Pawar's residence. Now the communication here will be, the resolution here will be communicated to the Election Commission, and now finally the Election Commission will be able to take the hearing about the case where Ajit Pawar against Sharad Pawar, who actually holds the party name and the symbol, because now the matter is in front of the Election Commission. But the resolution is very clear that Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and 9 members, including Ajit Pawar, who took oath on Sunday, have been expelled from the party.
What's the next protocol in terms of, you have this resolution which is passed on the expulsion, you have Ajit Pawar who's already passed the resolution calling this meeting illegal and whatever decisions made in this meeting illegal. I am sure they are now going to pass a counter resolution of expulsions. What now? The ball is in the Election Commission's court, but what are the timelines that we are looking at?
Well, unless and until there is a bypoll, Election Commission will take its time. First Election Commission have to decide whether there is a split in the party. If there is a split in the party, and if any bypoll is coming or if any poll is coming, and if both the fraction demands from the Election Commission to choose that which is the real party, then Election Commission may say that right now the party's symbol will be frozen and 2 different names will be given to both the fraction, the way it happened in the case of Shiv Sena, that Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray was given Shiv Sena UBT and Eknath Shinde's camp was given Bala Sahebanji Shiv Sena for the bypoll in Mumbai. But if that doesn't happen, the Election Commission hearing may continue till then. Till the time both the fractions are not going to fight an election against each other in any of the constituencies, and if they don't approach Election Commission for giving them a particular symbol, till then this fight is going to continue in the Election Commission. It can happen in 6 months' time. In the case of Lok Janshakti Party, it's still going on. Both the fractions have got different names and different symbols. The original name, original symbol of the Lok Janshakti Party has been it's been frozen. The name of the party also has been frozen. But in the case of Shiv Sena, it didn't happen. The name was given to Eknath Shinde after 3 months. That is in the February of this year, and that's what the NCP is heading towards at this point of time. Please remember, today Chhagan Bhujbal, the NCP leader, took press conference in Mumbai, and he claimed that they have taken all the cognizance of what happened in the Shiv Sena case, and accordingly they were prepared when on 30th of on Sunday, when they went ahead and supported the Shiv Sena BJP government and took oath. That time they were prepared legally because they had already studied what happened in the Shiv Sena case. So please understand, both the sides are prepared legally. Now it's completely up to the Election Commission. Preeti.
Appreciate you joining us, Sahil, for breaking it down. We're going to keep coming back to you. Meanwhile, I just want to quickly shift focus to the state of Karnataka. Karnataka Assembly Speaker U.T. Khadar has stirred a big controversy, making a VVIP suggestion for lawmakers in the Vidhan Sauda. All of this after Mallavali Congress MLA PM Narendra Swamy, in a calling attention motion, recalled his own experience of standing in the toll plaza queue. Congress MLA said that he had faced harassment at the toll plazas, calling toll plaza personnel gundas, suggesting that they scrutinize even lawmakers like a police investigation. Responding to this, Khadar urged Narendra Swamy to submit a breach of privilege motion and urge NHAI for a separate VVIP lane. He added that NHAI policy doesn't cover ex-MLAs and suggested that they too should be covered. Calling the Congress elitist, BJP slammed the party, and Karnataka Assembly Speaker Saffron Klan said that the party perpetuates VVIP culture in every opportunity they get.
ಅವರನ್ನು ಕರೆಸಿಕೊಂಡು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದು ಲೈನ್ ವಿಐಪಿ ಲೈನ್ ಅವರ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕ ಕೂಡ ಸೇರ್ಪಡೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಚರ್ಚೆ
See, that has been decided when the toll system started. VIP lane, ambulance, and other essential services. And now Speaker has added the ex-MLAs.
Please understand, I may be an MLA, I may be somebody or Chief Minister. Chief Ministers have some prerogatives. Such prerogatives are not given to MLAs. We have to always be with the common people. Maybe some emergency, special request could be made, somebody sick or something like that. Normal course, we should go with the normal people. That looks better also, it enhances his reputation.
Everybody should be left fast. The lane should be made smoother for everybody. If everybody is left fast, then nobody will ask for any extra lane. No. So the government should look at how everyone can go faster. That's it.
In our government, these issues had come up, but we have never allowed any VIP culture. But however, it has come from the speaker. Yes. It's really surprising. And probably under the pressure of the Congress colleagues, he must have done it.
Already there is a VIP lane. Already there is a VIP line. Who should be allowed in that VIP line is important. Probably in this direction, the ambulance and the VIP line has been already created. So only thing is, who has to be included has to be looked into it. Probably let us see what Honorable Speaker has been suggesting. So there is no new creation. It's a existing one. In that, what has to be accommodated will be looked into it.
I told in the assembly, when a minister is there, CM is there, MLS is there, MLSS, that's the require, because everywhere there is no line also.
Well, more news coming in on that. Karnataka Speaker U.T. Khadar has tried now to make a U-turn, damage control, after suggesting a VVIP lane at toll plazas for MLAs. Khadar now says that he only articulated a suggestion made by ex-MLAs. Khadar's suggestion has come in for criticism, especially from the BJP that has accused him of being a congressman and reeking of entitlement.
And is there in that ex-MLAs, many of them, they were arrested. They said, please give us the pass also. And this is the issue is there. And seniors, ex-MLA told in the NHAI guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that, MLAs and other names are specified. Ex-MLAs are not specified. We are also respected and dignified and and aged also. So for us also, you should consider the request was the ex-MLAs.
Meanwhile, a dramatic suicide bid on camera, which is highly disturbing and triggering. Karnataka bus conductor Mandya's Nagamangala attempted suicide by consuming poison after being transferred on the orders of Mantri Chellu Varanaya Swamy. He blamed the minister in the death note, stating he couldn't bear the shame and personal animosity. In his death note, he wrote, and I quote, "I do not know why the minister hates me personally. I cannot bear the shame. Not just this, he even refused to visit the hospital Even after being forced by his colleagues, the driver is currently in a critical condition. The minister, however, rubbished animosity charges, claiming he did not even know if he was transferred, asserting that transfers like this happen periodically, though the depot manager said he was transferred because he harassed women.
Allegations against you on the conductor who have committed suicide.
Yeah, this concern, I am not responsibility. No issue my office letter and transfer. So local division and depot in between transfer only Nagmala to Mandya 30 kilometers Madura. After the transfer, person is there hospitalized. That relative is request to me. Then I will ask to Mr. DC holding. So in between, so if person withdraw, otherwise I will take poison. That's why.
If the FIR has been filed, you welcome the decision, sir. They demand an FIR should be registered against all the officers where they have mentioned the death note.
Take action, department. Legal take action, any.
There was one conductor has been transferred, and they said that there is a complaint which is not really so, and there was a lot of pressure on him politically also. So he has attempted suicide, and he has, in the death note, he has written the name of the minister, district in charge minister, Mr. Chalaraswamy. And we have now asking for a thorough inquiry. No FIR has been filed. Even after 24 hours, no FIR has been filed. The moment this government has taken over, the officials are put under tremendous pressure, huge demand for transfers. So we want to ask the government to conduct fair and free inquiry in this matter.
Break. When we return, on the other side, the latest where monsoon is concerned, heavy downpours continue across the country. We'll get you more.
You are watching India Today.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO, called Indian Women Impact, has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families, she offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with a world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning, and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Monsoon fury continues in the country. Let's take a quick look at the top developments across from some monsoon-affected regions and states. Heavy downpour in Karnataka has led to flash floods in parts of the state. Schools in several districts have been shut, keeping in mind the alert issued by the IMD. Authorities launched a rescue operation in Karnataka's Udupi. This after heavy rainfall led to flash flooding in various parts. The authorities have advised people to stay indoors unless emergency. Heavy rains also lashed parts of Delhi NCR region. This led to waterlogging in several parts of Delhi and Ghaziabad. IMD has also issued a yellow alert for Delhi NCR. Exposing the claims of authorities, a government hospital in Bihar was completely flooded, leaving patients at the risk of infection. The rainwater entered the emergency ward of DMHCH government hospital. As monsoon fury continues in the south, Kakkad River in Kerala has crossed the dangerous level. The river is overflowing, leaving several low-lying areas at risk. Meanwhile, heavy downpour across the country as well. A yellow alert been sounded in Delhi NCR region. Heavy rain has led to waterlogging in several parts of Delhi. Other states are also not spared, be it Karnataka or Uttar Pradesh. Rainfall is expected to continue over the weekend. Several other states across the country are witnessing heavy rainfall. Parts of Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Madhya Pradesh witnessed heavy downpours. In the south, rain continues to batter Kerala. IMD has now revised its prediction, issuing a red alert for several regions. The authority has also issued a warning to those residing in low-lying areas. In Karnataka's Udupi, heavy rains led to a flash flood in several parts, after which rescue operations are afoot.
The monsoon season has begun in Kerala after it got delayed for this particular year, and the state of Kerala has been receiving heavy rainfall, especially in the last few days. Right now we are in Alappuzha, and as you can see, these are waterlogged areas of Alappuzha houses. You can see that particular house, these two particular houses where it's waterlogged. There's water inside the house also. In fact, the entire road and this particular area is filled with water. People are finding it very difficult to move from one location to another because the roads are filled with water. They're walking on that road and moving from one place to another. You can see what's happening inside this house also. The house is filled with water. You can see in the visuals here, all the things have been put on top or kept on top of this bed here because the entire house, the rooms, the hall, everything is filled with water. Even in the kitchen, the entire room has been vacated, and all the things have been shifted to this side, the important things. And you can see inside this kitchen also, the water has entered the kitchen, and it's filled with all the items have been put on a height as the floor is filled with water. Now these are common scenes which has become very common scenes every year nowadays in places like Alappuzha, and these are scenes that the state of Kerala has been witnessing since the last many years. When it starts raining, a lot of houses and roads starts waterlogging in very, very less time. With video journalist Tinku Rajashekar, Shibimol KG for India Today from Alappuzha.
All right, with that, it's a wrap on this edition of News. On the other side, anytime now, Sharad Pawar would be holding a press conference on what was decided, resolutions passed in the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP.
You are watching India Today.
iPad. Get yourself an iPad. Well, you want to get an iPad Air maybe? iPad. I think you should get an iPad. I think you should get the iPad Pro if you're being really luxurious. No, an iPad Air or an iPad 9th generation for you. Well, that used to be my standard default response if anyone asked me whether they should pick up a new tablet and which one it should be, because there wasn't much competition from the Android guys. But then a few weeks ago, we saw the OnePlus Pad, exclusively a first look and a review on Tech Today. And we were in the Delhi studio with the team, and all of us, with the colors on that, the output and the performance, mind equal to blown with what OnePlus had done with its tablet. And then every time there's a revolution coming, well, you need a captain of the ship, but it's nice to have, well, two pilots in the cockpit. And what if I told you that I just found my second pilot to drive the Android tablet revolution forward, the Xiaomi Pad 6. And honestly, the iPad has a lot of competition with this monster. Look, taking on the iPad is not an easy task. When it comes to software, iPadOS is spot on. Can it get better? Maybe become more like macOS? That's a pipe dream. Android has a long way to go, but that's nothing to blame the Android tablet guys. It's Google that needs to work on that. From the hardware side, that's where companies like Xiaomi and OnePlus can come in. And yes, the OnePlus Pad looked good, but this particular device looks like a Xiaomi 13 Pro from the outside with this camera module. It has a 13 megapixel shooter. In terms of design, yes, it's an 11-inch screen. I'll tell you a little bit more about the display. You have a speaker setup here and then down here as well. Of course, it comes with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support in a tablet, which I'm telling you now comes at a very attractive price. But if you're taking on the iPad, no fingerprint scanner or Touch ID, and of course, no headphone jack in the Pad 6. But when we're talking about this particular sort of form factor, what's really good now, and we're going to come to the display, is that they've given you a camera here in landscape mode. So if you placed it on a keyboard, which is an add-on accessory with this particular device, then when you are looking at the camera or at your subject during a Zoom call, you're not looking away from them, as opposed to on the iPad. I always end up looking a little weird and wonky in terms of my line of sight or vision. With this particular device, the display is something we must talk about. Yes, it's an LCD display, but it is capable of a lot. But since we're talking about this particular layout, yes, it comes with an LCD display. It's not an AMOLED, but with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support at this price point, watching content on it is almost comparable to an iPad Air.
NCP Parivar explodes. Sharad's huddle in Delhi. Ajit snaps. Ajit outnumbers uncle. Sharad losing battle to nephew. Maha Pawar play. Top focus on 5 Live.
Great to have you here on 5 Live with me, Shiv Arur. We're waiting on Sharad Pawar's live press conference. Remember, the drama has shifted after yesterday from Maharashtra now to the national capital, Delhi, where I'm bringing you this broadcast from. India Today's reporters are standing by to bring you that press conference live. Let me quickly first get you through the headlines. Sharad Pawar faction holds national executive meet in Delhi, expels Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel among all other rebels. Ajit faction dubs Sharad meet illegal. Karnataka speaker in damage control mode after outrage over VVIP lane demand for lawmakers. BJP hits out, calls it Congress elitism and VVIP culture. BJP ally AIA-DMK opposes centre's uniform civil code. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC brought as revenge against those opposing the BJP. MP Chief Minister Shivraj Chauhan in damage control mode after that urination horror. A day after bulldozers raised illegal parts of the accused man Pravesh Shukla's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes the Adivasi victim's feet. Canadian Prime Minister fails to condemn repeated Khalistani threats, including Kill India march this Saturday. India lashes out, says Trudeau is legitimizing terror.
Has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will.
Let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Here's the very latest in the big political blockbuster that India Today broke 3 days ago. Now the fight over the real Nationalist Congress Party, the NCP, has escalated. It's now at boiling point, with each camp now accusing the other of being a traitor. The Sharad Pawar faction has fired all the rebels, Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel and everyone else. They've all been expelled from the party. Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare among all the rebels who've been formally expelled from the party. Meanwhile, the Ajit Pawar faction has labelled Sharad Pawar's national executive meet in Delhi as illegal. Imagine that. The gloves are off. No more aadar and respect and all that stuff. Now it's down to cynical new world politics where everything is off. Basically, the uncle versus nephew war has reached its ugliest low now. The Ajit faction says all decisions taken at the Pawar meeting are non-binding because the issue of who the real NCP is currently before the Election Commission. The Ajit Pawar faction says the Delhi meeting presided over by Sharad Pawar has no legal sanctity. A day after Ajit Pawar mocked Sharad Pawar's age and asked why he hasn't retired. Now he says a meeting presided over by his own uncle is illegal and has no legal sanctity. Sahil Joshi, our Mumbai chief, is in Delhi, right outside Sharad Pawar's Delhi residence, where that meeting has just taken place at the national executive level of the NCP. Sahil, things have escalated even further, it seems now, with the rebels being formally expelled from the party and the rebels now calling Sharad Pawar's meeting illegal.
Well, this is going on completely expected lines. What we saw last year, the script has been followed to the T, because even today in the morning when Chhagan Bhujbal took a press conference in Mumbai, he claimed that they have studied what happened in the Shiv Sena case and they have taken all the legal opinion before pursuing and supporting the BJP Shiv Sena government and taking oath on Sunday. Now, interestingly, as expected, Sharad Pawar will now take a press conference in a while, in just a few minutes from now. The resolution is very clear that they have decided to expel Praful Patel and Sunil Tadkari, who are the office bearers of one is working president and the general secretary. But at the same time, the 9 MLAs who took oath that day in the Shiv Sena BJP government, along with Ajit Pawar. This particular resolution will be communicated to the Election Commission to express that the party's president has taken this decision in the working committee and the extended working committee, and it was unanimously passed. On the other hand, what they are claiming, Ajit Pawar camp is claiming that at whatever happens, this particular meeting is completely illegal because Sharad Pawar is already removed by the majority of the party's organization workers, leaders, and the MLAs and MPs from his position as the president of the party, and Ajit Pawar has been appointed. And they have communicated to the Election Commission on 30th of June. So this is pretty late, and this particular meeting has no meaning. It's completely illegal is what they're claiming. So there will be claims and counter claims. Finally, it is going to reach to the Election Commission. We'll have to wait and see when the Election Commission actually goes ahead with the hearing of this particular case, because right now there are no polls. The way it happened in the case of Shiv Sena, that because of the by-poll, the party's name and the symbol was frozen, and only after that the actual hearing happened in the Shiv Sena case. Will this happen in NCP's case? Because right now there are no polls before the municipal corporation elections, which are scheduled likely to happen in October or November in Mumbai. Before that, if this happens, that will be really challenging. But right now, we can see that both the groups are heading up for the split, and the fight is going to land up at the Election Commission for sure.
Okay, very, very interesting. The Election Commission is the next battlefield. Right now, the line that was drawn in the sand with the rebel split has gotten much darker. Things are much more aggressive and ruthless now. The rebels have all been expelled, but the rebels say that who is Sharad Pawar to expel us? His meeting does not have any legal sanctity. Sahil Joshi says things are running exactly to a script, as India Today had also predicted it would play out this way. But remember, Mosmi also with us on this unfolding story. Mosmi, Sharad Pawar also involved in a very ambitious united opposition project. He has his hands full politically speaking. We know what's happening right now. We're awaiting that press conference by Sharad Pawar. But how are the other parties looking at what is going on, Mosmi? How are they looking at Sharad Pawar, trying to keep his house in order?
They're keeping a very close watch, and just a stone throw away Sonia Gandhi's residence. Sharad Pawar at 6 Janpath and Sonia Gandhi at 10 Janpath. So the closeness of the distance, Sharad Pawar's camp would expect the Congress would display the same closeness as far as in these difficult times to Mr. Pawar. But right now, the press conference of PC Chako is happening, who's also a General Secretary. And Shiv, he's outlining the contours of the entire battle that's going to follow. He says that 27 state units are with Mr. Sharad Pawar. We've met regularly, and the MLAs are not the party. The party is made of an organization, and it has a precedent. So the strong points of Sharad Pawar's camp, Chako trying to hammer in those points. I did try and speak to, as far as the other parties, how are they viewing this? They are saying we told you so, and perhaps their claims of BJP being a complete dictatorship party that doesn't believe in a peaceful coexistence of democratic principles and values, and that's why the Congress is bolstered by the fact that this is the way that the BJP has chosen to break the NCP after the Shiv Sena, and we do expect a meeting or perhaps a telephonic conversation on the cards after Mr. Pawar is done with this press conference between the Congress president and Mr. Sharad Pawar.
Okay, we'll be going to that press conference. PC Chako is speaking right now. PC Chako, formerly of the Congress, now of course with the NCP. PC Chako is speaking. Sharad Pawar will be speaking in a moment from now. We'll cut across to that live. But I want to bring Sahil back in on another question that has been doing the rounds. Sahil, the question of Praful Patel. We've seen where all these MLAs in the Ajit Pawar faction have landed. The numbers have been quoted, etc., etc. Ajit Pawar himself has been made the Deputy Chief Minister. He's taken oath. Praful Patel has been hovering around. He's been seen as the, the orchestrator, or, one of the orchestrators of this entire rebellion and this split. Where is he going to land, Sahil? Is he going to be, inducted as a minister in the Modi Council of Ministers, as some rumors are suggesting? What are you hearing?
Well, indeed, it is true that Praful Patel is the one who is kind of an architect of what happened in NCP at this point of time. Yes, Ajit Pawar is the face, but the man who actually managed, the discussions, the deliberations and all the stuff has been managed by Praful Patel. So obviously he becomes the key man now, who used to be a key man for Sharad Pawar to do all this stuff, is now a key man for Ajit Pawar. So where will he land up? Right now, what I'm hearing is that he will not be inducted in the cabinet, is what I have been told. But yes, the deliberations are on. It is likely that in 2024 he may contest a Lok Sabha seat from his traditional constituency of Gondia, which he lost in 2014, and since then he has not been contesting the Lok Sabha elections. But it is likely that he may contest the Lok Sabha election, and then maybe in the NDA government he may get a chance to be a minister. But right now, the whole concentration is on the NCP versus NCP fight, and the deliverables from the Praful Patel and Ajit Pawar side, what the BJP is expecting is that the control of the NCP, which right now in the hands of Sharad Pawar, the way it happened, the Shinde delivered, similarly Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel will have to deliver that the party's name and the symbol goes with them, and only after that the future discussions and deliberations can happen.
Okay, so because now the exchange is happening at the highest possible level now. The people who are firing the arrows at each other, on the one side is Ajit Pawar, on the other side is Sharad Pawar. So, the tone and tenor of the exchange between these two camps is, has hit rock bottom right now. In many ways, it seems that the gloves are off, and, anything is possible right now. They're speaking like true enemies. Until day before yesterday, there was a certain semblance of respect being shown by Ajit Pawar's camp when referring to Sharad Pawar. They're still using his picture, but now they are going ahead and laying it on the line and not censoring themselves. They're not using any soft language. They're saying that this meeting presided over by Sharad Pawar is completely illegal, and therefore all the decisions taken and being announced right now by the NCP have no legal sanctity. Mausami, another aspect of this entire drama has been that the conspicuous absence of Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah, even tweeting and acknowledging the entry of Ajit Pawar into, a BJP-led government in Maharashtra. That has set a lot of tongues wagging. It's not surprising, of course, and you being a journalist in the trenches wouldn't be surprised at all that there has been nothing there, because this whole issue is not settled yet. It's still unfolding.
As you said, Shiv, picture abhi baki hai. That's what I can say, because there are reports of dissension and frustration in the Shinde camp. There are talks about some MLAs who have already switched to Ajit Pawar's side, wanting to get back, and the sort of disqualification is hanging on many of the Shinde camp MLAs. So this drama, the political drama of Maharashtra, will have its bearings on the national canvas as well, and thereby, the silence of the Prime Minister and the Home Minister treating it as a completely localized state issue of Maharashtra. Because we've seen that Ajit Pawar and Praful Patel have been doing all the talking, and the stances have changed, the maneuvers have changed, the punches have changed. They've even got more harder between the Sharad Pawar camp and the Ajit Pawar camp. So, the BJP has let the NCP wash its dirty linen. The blame game is on, and the BJP doesn't want to step into that picture. It has to be a choice that was made by Ajit Pawar and the entire NCP, as Ajit Pawar would call it, that they switch sides for the progress of Maharashtra, is what the BJP would want to send home the message. And behind me, you can see that Mr. Sharad Pawar, the first glimpse here, you will see all the office bearers are here. Yoganand Shastri, Shiraz Mehendi, who is the minority department chief, and other chiefs of various state local units right here, Sahil, on your screen. And there's Mr. Pawar walking out after that working committee meeting of Sharad Pawar. And here Sharad Pawar in fact waving and telling them not to slogan here. There, Sharad Pawar, as astute a politician he is, takes every note of every detailing, and that's why the question really was that whether he really was not in the know-how of what was happening in the party when he knew what's happening in the nook and corners of the country. But let me tell you what's happening right here. You know, all the various state unit leaders, Mr. Pawar donning a smile there. He's been in a very upbeat mood ever since the entire drama has played out. He's been on the offensive, said you will know the real picture within 3 months. There he walks towards the media podium where PC Chako was briefing, and there is a certain ease in the nature of which there Mr. Pawar noticing each and every worker. If Prem would just pan, who is he trying to speak to? And now he would shortly brief the media of what's transpired in that very crucial, critical meeting. Sharad Pawar, in fact, playing each and every step according to the legality and the battleground of the election commission there. You can see Mr. Pawar taking to the mics, and he would be addressing the national media. So after the battle playing out in Maharashtra, let's hear what Mr. Pawar has to say in the national capital. Remember that Mr. Pawar has addressed many press conferences here. Even when the MVA broke down, he was quite bolstered by the fact that the BJP had come through the back door to, in fact, script that entire division and split. So
okay, stay with us, Mosmi. Yes, we're staying with your camera. We're staying with your camera, and live pictures of that press conference that's about to start. PC Chako just calling things to order. Sharad Pawar is about to speak. Let's cut across.
What is it? Please cooperate. In the National Convention of the NCP in Talkatora Stadium, first time Pawarji has given the clarion call to all parties in India, anti-BJP parties to come together. So this idea was mooted that anti-BJP parties has to come together. Each party will have their own opinion on matters, but there has to be some compromise, and they have to come together on one issue, fighting BJP. So now it is picking up momentum, and there was 2 meetings, and the 3rd meeting is going to take place. This is an idea mooted by Pawarji, and we are strongly with the opposition parties on this fight against BJP, anti-BJP joint action of the opposition parties. The working committee ratifies the decision of the President to expel Sri Prabhul Patel, Sri Sunil Tatkare. This I have already told. Any of the National Committee, namely Central Disciplinary, Sri Prabhul Patel and Sri Sunil Tatkare were removed, and Sri S.R. Kohli, 3 people are prohibited by the working committee by a resolution for indulging in any of the state national committee matters, namely Central Disciplinary Committee and other committees. Any of the committees constituted under the constitution of the party earlier. These 2-3 people who are suspended, they are members of subcommittees also. So any of the committees constituted under the constitution of the party, these people are prohibited because they are suspended. Any of the trusts constituted under the constitution of the party. NCP has constituted different trusts in the national level and in some state level also. All these trusts, these people who are suspended cannot be in touch with any of these activities. They are barred from involving any of the activities of the trust formed by the party. Any of the responsibilities with powers and functions given by the party or the president. Casually, government president authorizes these people to do some work as an assignment from the president's side. All such assignments given to these three people are hereby cancelled by our resolution in the party. We are quite happy and satisfied that the party, in spite of the fact that by our resolution in the party, we are quite happy and satisfied that the party, in spite of the fact that we had a very short notice, because we have served the notice only yesterday, and today the attendance was much better than the previous meetings. And
resolution की कॉपी आप लोगों को दी जाएगी, हाँ, सबको.
I will give you
attendance.
Yeah.
Working committee.
Out of the 12 members who are elected members, 7 members were present today. Rest of the members, barring the suspended members, gave their letters because they could not reach here. The letter was sent yesterday. Out of the permanent invitees, 10 people attended today's meeting, and barring the suspended people, rest of them gave us letter. So there is absolutely no problem as far as NCP is concerned as an organization. Whatever publicity somebody is trying to give, that is not affecting the NCP in any way. That is reiterated very firmly by the working committee today, along with the national problems, passing resolutions. We have decided to continue our fight against the communal politics headed by BJP. Now, these are the decisions taken.
Sir, any action on Ajit Pawar? 1 minute. 1 minute.
Yes. There are 2 MPs and 9 MLAs. I said that. 9 MLAs include the name which you have said. 9 MLAs who became ministers in Maharashtra, and 2 MPs, Sunil Tadkare and Prabal Patel, are the 11 people by name we have suspended.
And disqualification
and Mr. Sarkozy. Yeah.
Right, disqualification no, 9 members expelled. 9 members have been expelled.
1 minute. Point to point will come. चाको साहब ने आपको इंग्लिश में पूरी सारी चीजें बता दी हैं. पूरे देश के 27 राज्यों ने माननीय पवार साहब के नेतृत्व में विश्वास व्यक्त किया है. 100% जो हमारी कमेटी है, नेशनल कमेटी है, उसने विश्वास व्यक्त किया है. 15 में कुछ लोग जो मंत्री बने हैं उनको सस्पेंड किया गया है, इसलिए वो संख्या आपको 15 के बजाय 10 दिखती है. बट दे आर सस्पेंडेड, दे हैव ज्वाइन. उन्होंने बीजेपी सरकार के साथ हाथ मिलाया हुआ है. पवार साहब को पूरी कमेटी ने ऑथराइज किया है कि देश में या राज्य में कहीं पर भी अगर कोई पार्टी के खिलाफ जाता है, पार्टी की पॉलिसी आइडियोलॉजी के खिलाफ जाता है, साहब को उसे सस्पेंड करने का, एक्शन लेने का पूरा अधिकार राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी प्रदान करती है. जैसा आप जानते हैं, महाराष्ट्र के सारे लोग कहते थे कि पवार साहब हमारे दैवत हैं. दैवत मीन्स हमारे भगवान हैं. और जो लोग कल तक पवार साहब को अपना भगवान कहते थे, आज उन्होंने अपनी आइडियोलॉजी भी चेंज कर दी और अपना भगवान भी बदलने का काम किया है. इसलिए हम लोग इसकी भर्त्सना करते हैं, निंदा करते हैं, क्योंकि आप अपने जीवन में आइडियोलॉजी और अपना पिता, जो लोग पवार साहब को दैवत कहते थे, अपना पिता कहते थे, आज उन्होंने पिता बदलने का प्रयास किया है, आइडियोलॉजी को छोड़ा है. इसकी हम सब लोग निंदा करते हैं. हमारे और पवार साहब के नेतृत्व में पूरा देश, पार्टी में कोई स्प्लिट नहीं हुआ है. मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ, विधानमंडल में कुछ MLAs हमको छोड़ के गए हैं, वो वहाँ जो रिवल हुआ है डिप्टी सीएम जो अभी है अजीत पवार जी के नेतृत्व में, लेकिन हमें विश्वास है कि आने वाले विधानसभा के चुनाव में पवार साहब के नेतृत्व में महाराष्ट्र में हम फिर से एक बार अपनी सरकार कांग्रेस एनसीपी और शिवसेना सरकार बनाने में सक्षम होगी। और एक बात स्पष्ट है कि पवार साहब के नेतृत्व में चलने वाली पार्टी कभी भी कम्युनिज्म के साथ, वो जो है धर्मनिरपेक्षता के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं करेगी। हम विकास के मुद्दे पे लड़ेंगे, देश के जो अनेकता में एकता है उसको बनाए रखेंगे। और इन्हीं बातों के साथ मैं खत्म करता हूँ और साथ को लेता हूँ।
सर माइक
क्या कर रहे हैं? Don't touch the mic.
So please keep the silence.
हो गया भाई, हो गया।
अभी हाँ राइट स्मोकिंग ना
The hand mic is not working, please. Please be silent. One question.
आप लोगों ने डॉक्टर साहब ने डिटेल बताया होगा कि आज की मीटिंग में क्या हो गया। मुझे खुशी है कि वानराज जिन लोगों को एक्सपेल किया वो छोड़कर बाकी सब लोग इतने शॉर्ट नोटिस में मीटिंग के लिए आए थे। उनका हौसला अच्छा है। माइक हौसला
नॉट रनिंग।
उनका हौसला अच्छा था और पार्टी को खेत हटाने का काम कुछ साथियों ने किया। इससे फिर मजबूती से पार्टी को खड़ा करना, आगे ले जाना और अच्छी स्थिति पर लाना, ये मानसिकता हमारे सभी साथियों की थी। और इसलिए मुझे खुशी है कि एक आज की मीटिंग हमें हमारा हौसला बढ़ाने के लिए बहुत मददगार हो गई। इससे मैं कोई ज़्यादा बोलना नहीं चाहता। जो कोई डिसीजन हम लोगों ने लिए ये आप लोगों को शायद बताए होंगे। आपको कुछ सवाल पूछना हो तो यू कैन आस्क मी इफ यू वांट एनी क्वेश्चन।
एक मिनट
ऐसा दावा है।
प्रशांत अजीत पवार को नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट नियुक्त किया है 30 तारीख को।
किसी ने कुछ कहा मुझे मालूम नहीं। आपको मुझे एक बात पता है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का मैं प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। दूसरा किसी ने अपने नाम पर स्टेटमेंट दे दिया, कुछ बात कही, वो बात कह सकते हैं। इसमें कोई इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं, कोई सच्चाई नहीं।
सर ये स्टेटमेंट जारी किया गया है, कहा गया है कि आज आपने जो मीटिंग बुलाई वर्किंग कमेटी की, इसके पास कोई लीगल सैंक्टिटी नहीं है क्योंकि अजीत पवार नए प्रेसिडेंट है और इसके अलावा जो भी मीटिंग होगी सब डिस्प्यूट में है, आधिकारिक नहीं है।
ठीक है, कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, इसमें कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। ये जो वर्किंग कमेटी की मीटिंग है अथॉरिटी एज पर कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन हुई है। किसी ने कुछ कहा होगा, इसमें कोई इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं।
Sir, my question to you is about one at a time about opposition unity, sir, and the fact that you are going to meet in Bangalore on the 17th, 18th. The fact that the MEA now is under threat. Uddhav Thackeray as well as you have been diminished by the BJP in terms of things. Congress.
What is diminished?
Diminished means they have broken your party.
suppose some people left your party, goes to some other side. It's also happen in political party, but doesn't say it's delays of this or that. As I said, we will that party.
Let her please.
चाहे आप इस्तीफा देते हैं फिर इस्तीफा वापस ले लेते हैं. When will शरद पवार stop? इस तरह के पर्सनल अटैक पर आप क्या कहेंगे? आप 82 साल के हो गए हैं. इस तरह के पर्सनल अटैक पर आप क्या कहेंगे? आप 82 साल के हो गए हैं.
The person doesn't arise to stopping. Now I work more effectively. Whether 82 or 92.
पवार सर आपने एक्सप्लेन करके उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के से बचाया, ऐसे नहीं आपको लगता है?
पवार सर
1 minute, one question from the last.
पवार सर, आप लोगों ने कैविएट दाखिल किया चुनाव आयोग में, अब किस आधार पर लड़ाई लड़ेंगे चुनाव आयोग में? दूसरा सवाल है कि जब शिंदे ग्रुप अपनी लड़ाई शिवसेना की तरफ से लड़ रहे थे तो उनका आधार माना गया था विधायकों की संख्या को. क्या आपने जो भी घोषणाएं संगठन को लेकर की है उसकी जानकारी पहले से चुनाव आयोग को बताई थी? क्या क्या आधार?
बात यह है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ इनका जो जजमेंट है, इस जजमेंट में उन्होंने कहा है कि एमएलए इनकी स्ट्रेंथ, इनका नंबर, ये फिगर करेगा, ये मेजर इशू नहीं है. उन्होंने ये कहा कि political party got more power and they got every right to take appropriate steps. In fact, political party not every.
Come on. मैं भी मुख्यमंत्री बनना चाहता हूँ.
कोई चाहते तो मुझे इससे कोई मतलब नहीं. किसी को प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना हो, किसी को डिप्टी प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनना हो, किसी को चीफ मिनिस्टर बनना हो, किसी को आर्मी चीफ बनना हो, वो चाहते हैं. चलिए, मेरी शुभकामनाएं.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाजा आप लोग खटखटाएंगे. चुनाव आयोग में जो मामला पहुंच गया है, क्या अगला कदम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दरवाजा?
ये बात ऐसी है कि हमारा विश्वास चुनाव आयोग पर है. हम जो हमें कुछ कहना है वो तो चुनाव आयोग के सामने जाएंगे, मगर जो लीगल पोजीशन है ये नज़रअंदाज करने के बाद कहीं भी डिसीजन होगा तो हम फिर दूसरी कौन सी अथॉरिटी है वहाँ जाने के बारे में सोचेंगे, मगर ये नौबत आएगी ऐसे मुझे लगता नहीं.
अजीत पवार ने ये भी कहा 1 minute. One question from my side. Yes, tell me. Varsha, come on. Tell.
30 तारीख की चिट्ठी है जो अजीत पवार को कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष बनाने की चिट्ठी है, वो 30 तारीख का साइन किया हुआ है. वो 5 तारीख को चुनाव आयोग पहुंचता है. आपकी चिट्ठी 30 तारीख को ईमेल से भेजी गई है, 30 तारीख को पहुंचती है. इससे क्या कहेंगे? क्या ये
चिट्ठी के बारे में चुनाव आयोग तय करेगा. मुझे मालूम है इस देश में इम्पोर्टेंट पेपर यहाँ से वहाँ जाने के लिए 5 दिन लगते हैं, कि मुझे मालूम नहीं. ठीक है, जो क्रिया होगा वो चुनाव आयोग इस बारे में तय करेगा.
अजीत पवार कह रहे थे, उन्होंने आज भी कहा कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी हमारे पास है. शरद साहब के पास दिखाने के लिए कोई मेजोरिटी नहीं है, इसलिए इलेक्शन कमीशन का भी तक कोई दरवाजा खटखटाया है. तो
देखेंगे ना, अभी कल टाइम आएगा, इसमें सच्चाई क्या है ये देखने के लिए. चाहे 2/3 हो या चाहे कुछ हो, एक बात है, हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वहाँ ठीक तरह से निर्णय लेगा. और दूसरी बात यह है, जहाँ तक लोगों का समर्थन है वहाँ क्या स्थिति है उस राज्य में मैं जानता हूँ. मैंने कुछ डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक तो विजिट दे दिया. जिस तरह से खास तौर पर नौजवान एक तरह का समर्थन आज हम लोगों को मिल रहा है, इससे मुझे पूरा विश्वास और खुशी है.
Ajit Pawar, it was Satara and Karaj. It was Satara and Karaj district. After defection, Pawar साहब go.
क्या पद्धति ईडी यानी सीबीआई के आरोप अजीत पवार के साथ है, ऐसे में क्या आपके साथ और विधायक आएंगे जो बात जो विधायक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, क्या उनका समर्थन आपके साथ है?
आपको पता लगेगा कुछ दिन इससे क्या वजह हो रहा है।
इस तरह से ईडी और सीबीआई के आरोप होते हैं और बाद में लोग जो अपना नेतृत्व है उसको छोड़ के अदर पार्टी में चले जाते, नई पार्टी बनाते। इस तरह से कितनी पार्टियां देश में छूटेगी?
ये मुझे मालूम नहीं, मगर ये बात सच है कि आज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में चलने वाला अपोजिशन को दबाव डालने के लिए, वीक करने के लिए ईडी, सीबीआई, सेंट्रल एजेंसी इसका इस्तेमाल जगह जगह पर कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, और 10 महीने 11 महीने बाकी है, इसके बाद चुनाव होगा और स्थिति देश की बदलेगी, तब इसमें क्या सुधार करने की आवश्यकता है, इस पर हमारी टॉप प्रायोरिटी रहेगी। एक बार मौका
आप लीजिए संदीप।
एकनाथ शिंदे की कैंप में बेचैनी है, कुछ लगता है 3 महीने में पिक्चर बदल जाएगी, तो क्या होने वाला है?
ऐसा कुछ कहा हो रहा है, ऐसा कुछ कहा हो रहा है स्टेज पर मेरे पास नहीं, आपके पास हो तो मुझे प्राइवेट कीजिए।
राज ठाकरे आणि उद्धव ठाकरे एकत्र येतील अशी चर्चा आणि होल्डिंगला असतात महाराष्ट्रामध्ये।
चांगली गोष्ट आहे।
पवार साहब कुछ जगहों पर ये चीज नोटिस में थी कि 18 अप्रैल को एक पत्र साइन किया गया था जिसमें 40 विधायकों का समर्थन अजीत पवार साहब को था। क्या ऐसा कोई पत्र अस्तित्व में था? और 2019 में भी ऐसे एक पत्र सामने आया था।
कुछ नहीं, एक बात सच है, 2019 यानी 2 साल में 3-4 साल पहले तब कुछ लोगों ने कहा था साइन करके कि हमारे आगे की नीति कैसे होनी चाहिए, किसके साथ हमें जाना चाहिए, इस पर बात करने की आवश्यकता है। तो हमने कहा था कि मीटिंग हो रहा है, अगर बाद में आगे का इलेक्शन आ गया तो वो कुछ हुआ नहीं।
पवार साहब, मेरा सवाल है कि शिवसेना में भी टूट हुई, उद्धव ठाकरे लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं, आपकी पार्टी में भी टूट हुई, आप भी लोगों के बीच जा रहे हैं। इसका 2024 में कैसा असर देखते हैं महाराष्ट्र की जनता के बीच में?
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 2024 में महाराष्ट्र में हुकूमत बदलेगी। आज जिनके हाथ में हुकूमत है उनको लोग दूर करेंगे और जो कुछ अपोजिशन में काम कर रहे हमारे जैसे लोग हैं, इनके खिलाफ जिस तरह के कदम उठाए गए इसकी कीमत उनको देनी पड़ेगी।
पवार साहब, what is the message that you want to give Ajit Pawar? He was so close to you. Today he is against you after so many years. Is there something a very direct message, because it has been an emotional moment and other level of movement also for you?
Nothing for me. Ultimately, party decision, party thinking, party ideology is supreme for me.
But even प्रफुल्ल पटेल, पिछले महीने आपने सबकी घोषणा की थी, कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष की प्रफुल्ल पटेल को बनाया, छगन भुजबल को जिम्मेदारी दी गई थी यहीं एनसीपी मुख्यालय में। तो आपको तब अंदाजा नहीं था कि इस तरह की गतिविधियां पार्टी के अंदर चल रही हैं, क्योंकि आप ही की पार्टी की तरफ से कुछ गद्दार के पोस्टर भी लगे, कटप्पा बताया गया।
एक बात मुझे एक्सेप्ट करनी पड़ेगी, यहाँ की एजेंसी कितनी इफेक्टिव है ये मुझे मालूम नहीं था।
पवार साहब, एजेंसी के दबाव में इससे पहले महाराष्ट्र का पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस कैसे देखते हैं? जो 2024 का जो लोकसभा इलेक्शन आने वाला है, उससे पहले महाराष्ट्र के बीच में जो पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस चल रहा है और जनता के बीच में भरोसा टूट रहा है, उसे कैसे देख रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, जो कुछ हो रहा है इससे मुझे खुशी है कि इसकी जबरदस्त कीमत जिन्होंने लोगों को कमिटमेंट करके इनके वोट हासिल करने के बाद गलत रास्ते पर गए, उनको कीमत देनी पड़ेगी। राज की स्थिति बदलेगी, वहाँ राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस हो और उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व सेना का संगठन हो, इनके हाथ में महाराष्ट्र के लोग पूरी हुकूमत देंगे।
प्रफुल्ल पटेल को जिम्मेदारी दी गई, लेकिन अजीत पवार साहब को कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं दी गई। क्या आपको लगता है कि आपसे कोई चूक हुई ऐसी जिससे अजीत पवार टूट गए?
लीडर और अपोजिशन ये जिम्मेदारी पहले उनको दी गई थी।
Okay, that's Sharad Pawar there digging in his heels, saying he completely rejects what Ajit Pawar has said about the National Executive meeting presided over by Sharad Pawar having no legal sanctity. He also says age doesn't matter, whether 82 or 92, it doesn't make a difference. He also says that whoever wants to be the Chief Minister, please go ahead, be happy. I am going to the Election Commission. So this was Sharad Pawar's first public response to the taunts made by his nephew Ajit Pawar, who has now rebelled and become the Deputy Chief Minister, allying with the BJP in the Maharashtra government. Sharad Pawar, who's just held that National Executive meet in Delhi, where decisions have been taken to expel the 7 MLAs and 2 MPs, 9 MLAs and 2 MPs from the NCP, including Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and others. And that Sharad Pawar is still the president of the NCP. He rejects all claims that there is no real NCP and this meeting is not legal and that the expulsion is therefore illegal. Sharad Pawar is basically saying, "Main zinda hoon, main NCP ka raja hoon," and all other decisions can be ignored at this point of time. Very careful not to take Ajit Pawar's name directly. Neither Sharad Pawar nor PC Chacko was sitting next to him, invoked Ajit Pawar's name directly. A subtle political messaging in that as well, because Ajit Pawar, after all, is from the Pawar dynasty. He's the nephew of Sharad Pawar, said to be close to Sharad Pawar's wife Pratibha Pawar as well. But the big split in the NCP is not any better. In fact, the divide is deeper. The separation between the two factions has increased. The tone and tenor of the words being spoken against each other have become more aggressive, more relentless, more ruthless. And the point of no return has become much more permanent. Mosmi, who was there at that press conference, you heard her asking Sharad Pawar quite a few questions as well, is with me live. It looks like, this is war in so many ways, Mosmi. It has been for the last 3 days. But I think what Sharad Pawar has really signaled today is that there is a point of no return. The meeting that he has presided over has expelled these rebels. It looks like there's no going back. There's no possibility of a U-turn on this.
Absolutely, in fact, Sharad Pawar, by the end of the entire press conference, underlined the fact that it is the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi spelling out Congress and the Uddhav Sena with him, saying that which will actually finally emerge victorious, thereby, drawing the battle line between Ajit Pawar and him. And he also said that this is not true, that Ajit Pawar didn't get anything when he was in the NCP. He also said that, 82 or 92, it doesn't matter, age is just a number. Sharad Pawar said that, the people are with us, and clearly, he didn't seem to be very flustered or nervous, taking all the questions. Sometimes we have seen him, rebuffing journalists, but today was not the day. Sharad Pawar has been in all his elements, responding to whatever the reporters have to say. But what I can make out is, you can see this resolution that has been passed, that Sharad Pawar knows very well that this is a matter of, testing your patience. It is about holding on. And that's why he says that whether it's the Election Commission, I'm pretty confident that we will stick to our grounds and succeed at the election commission. And though he said that it will not, I don't think there will be a need to go legal.
Yes.
So Sharad Pawar there, trying to, you can say that in an entire damage control exercise, or perhaps going on the offensive and appearing to be very strong in the face of the entire rebellion that's come in the very late evening of his career.
Mosmi, very, very quickly, what happens next? When is the Election Commission going to be taking this up? Sharad Pawar will return to Maharashtra now, where his nephew is the Deputy Chief Minister in alliance with the BJP.
Going to take this up. Shiv, we'll just get, we have
Yes.
Vandana ji
Yes,
with
go
us,
ahead,
Vandana Chauhan, and we'll take
Yes.
a reaction. Ma'am, what do you expect?
We don't know when they'll take it up. You know how all these agencies, function. It's their call. The applications and things have gone, but we don't know when it'll come.
Ma'am, amongst the Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha MPs, how many are with Mr. Pawar? And that would also have a big bearing on the strength that you really have.
We are 4 of us in the Raj Sabha. So out of that, one of the MPs is now gone in the new faction. And in the Lok Sabha, we have 5 MPs. One out of that has gone to the
So you're saying that only 2 MPs of the entire lot are with the other faction?
Yes.
So that also plays to your advantage?
Well, we are in majority in that sense, but as it is, we were not in very large numbers, but it definitely means.
But today, what do you make of the entire meeting? Sharad Pawar, holding the fort there, here, taking all the volley of questions. He said that, we'll be proven right in the test of time.
See, basically, all this has come as a surprise to all of us. It's very sad that a faction of our party has fallen apart. And these were all faces who have been actually raised by Pawar Saab and mentored by Pawar Saab. So it's a sad moment for us that we have lost them. They have decided to quit from the party. But at the same time, you have seen Pawar Saab's
Mosmi, we'll keep coming back to you on that. Thanks for that very, very good, important clarity, getting it straight from, a member of the NCP about what happens next as far as the Election Commission is concerned. Big statement there by Sharad Pawar. We'll keep tracking that story. I'm taking a very quick break, just enough time to give you something very important after this break on Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and the absolutely unbelievable comments he's made about India's views on the Canadian government and being soft on Khalistani terrorists. That's next.
Tell us what the brand means for India, sir. The premium motorcycling and of course for Hero MotoCorp entering from an Aam Aadmi segment to a premium motorcycle, that to a super luxury premium motorcycling, sir. How does it feel as a brand, sir?
Well, the brand Harley-Davidson, of course, is already present in India, now being distributed by Hero very successfully. There has been a very successful transition from Harley's earlier business model to the current business model of distribution. So the brand is very well known, very popular here. There is a large set of customers who were wanting the Harley-Davidson brand, but it was out of reach for them. Now, with the introduction and the launch of the Harley-Davidson X440 this evening, booking starting tomorrow, Harley-Davidson brand is going to become in the reach and affordable for many, many more consumers who would want a Harley-Davidson, which is exactly what we are wanting to do.
So how excited are you when it comes to, tying up with Hero MotoCorp, one of the largest motorcycling companies in the world? Harley Davidson also one of the biggest names in the super premium luxury segment of motorcycling. How does it feel to tie up with Hero and eventually trying to get a good market share in India?
Well, very excited. First of all, we never left India. Yeah. I changed the business model to be more successful than we have been in the past by truly partnering with one of the leaders in India in terms of manufacturing and engineering. It's a perfect 1 + 1 = 3 scenario. As you know, Hero took over our distribution for Harley Davidson when we in 2020 when we started our new hardwire strategy, which also included a key pillar to selectively expand into new business segments. And that was one segment that Dr. Munjal and I decided back then in 2020 could be a great opportunity. Ever since then, it's actually become a very fast-growing premium segment in India, and to be able to launch a bike that was originated in 2020, that is designed, that is engineered and has the look, sound and feel of a true Harley Davidson, manufactured in India, and India is a very special day for us.
And how many motorcycles are you planning to get into India through Hero, and how much investment, Pavanji, also I'll take some numbers out there, how much investment is the company undertaking from either a Harley or your internal investments? How is the numbers matching up there, sir?
Well, Niranjan, in his earlier discussion interviews with you all, has already spoken about the investments that Hero is making now and going forward, both in the premium segment and electrification. Hero's focus is huge right now on electrification and the premium segment strategy. So he's already given those numbers to all your 1,500 crores every year going forward. The rest of the question, I think, was...
Breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix, and you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dortignac in 2006, it involves dancing, Pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking, does not cut it for you, give this a shot. This anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraines, or anyone who is not allowed to hang upside down for medical reasons, people with blood pressure issues. Your doctor can decide if you are suited for it or not. With that clearance, get set and go.
Heart patients, People with cataract eyes, operation eye operations, people with high fluctuating BPs, definitely they cannot perform aerial yoga. Rest, everybody, depending on their strength, depending on the progression towards flexibility, can perform aerial yoga.
We get it if normal yoga is boring for you, and hence look at how the aerial one works.
Keep breathing, do not hold your breath.
One session can cost you approximately 800 rupees depending on where you go. You require a minimum of 2 to 3 sessions a week for 3 months to learn this properly. And while it looks far more exciting than regular yoga, it has benefits.
Okay, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has just arrived at Sharad Pawar's residence in the national capital to meet him. Remember that Rahul Gandhi does have a close personal and working relationship with Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar, part of the UPA, has been a minister in a Congress-led government for 10 years. Sharad Pawar, he has always looked up to for advice. Sharad Pawar has given him a lot of advice, including very recently on contentious issues like Veer Savarkar, politics, etc. Sharad Pawar, the lead actor in the opposition's unity project. Many questions being raised over what happens to that entire unity project now, with Sharad Pawar bogged down by his familial issues within the NCP. And now you have Rahul Gandhi coming by to drop in and meet Sharad Pawar in the national capital. Very symbolic, very important. Amit Bharadwaj, who's been breaking all of the big stories on this development right through the day today, including from the Pawar family as well, is with me live. Amit, explain to us the significance of this. Obviously, a lot of symbolism. The opposition will be very keen now to project a united front because questions are being raised over whether this whole disaster within the NCP is going to be a stumbling block.
Shiv, but I'm also getting you the visuals that is just unfolding at Sharad Pawar's residence. Right behind me is the cavalcade of Rahul Gandhi, and right after the press conference, the joint press conference where you had Sharad Pawar, who declared that I am the president of the NCP, of the Nationalist Congress Party, and the working committee decisions were announced that Sunil Tatkare, Praful Patel, SR Kohli, along with Ajit Pawar and 8 other MLAs who had joined the NDA government, have been expelled from the NCP. So right after that, a press conference, suddenly the commotion began at Sharad Pawar's residence, and it was Rahul Gandhi who entered the residence, and he had gone straight inside the house, meeting Sharad Pawar. As you mentioned, Shiv, this is very important, important in 2 ways. Number one, obviously the communication between the senior most leaders of the opposition parties. On one side you have the former Congress president, the other side you have NCP president assembling at 6 Janpath where Sharad Pawar's residence is located in the national capital. The other importance of this meeting is about optics, the optics to send a message that the opposition parties are united even at a time when one of its members is going through a crisis, a very difficult time, a turbulent moment, and that is what this entire game of opposition unity also means, that these opposition parties have to stand with each other, and possibly Rahul Gandhi also trying to give out a message through this particular sudden movement, that he decided to come here to meet Sharad Pawar. And in this particular meeting, should remember, many crucial decisions have been taken, and Sharad Pawar has also made his stance very clear. Number one, Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare, SR Kohli, Ajit Pawar have been expelled from the NCP. Number two, Sharad Pawar.
Amit, I'm going to have to take a short break, but we're going to come back to you after this very short break, Amit. So continue to stay connected to us. Very quick break. Big development. Rahul Gandhi's solidarity with Pawar Senior. Not surprising whatsoever. But the optics are important amidst the entire quest for opposition unity. The message going out is that this is not going to affect the unity project of the opposition on the road to 2024. Big unfolding political developments this evening, early prime. Akshita comes up next to take this big story forward. That's next on India Today. Stay with us.
Imagine yourself in the woods, in a wellness retreat away from the hustle and bustle of the city life. Immersing in a characteristic cabin, looking at serene nature, listening to the sound of birds chirping, looking at the flowers blooming. Only that it is not just another wellness retreat. It is a retreat where you're doing all of that. You're processing the shifts and new neuronal connections your brain is making. Because, well, you are at a ketamine wellness retreat. But they are mushrooming all over the United States of America and a few other select countries where this model of psychedelic wellness resort is legal. Corporates taking stressed out workers on these fad retreats.
BJP's Mission Alliance ahead of 2024. Massive NDA realignment on cards. From Andhra to Punjab, we get you the inside track. All new NDA to counter opposition unity. BJP's alliance game plan. Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And over the next 1 hour, the big political news break on the NDA coming your way. From what's playing out in Andhra Pradesh, the buzz over Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy's meeting with Prime Minister Modi, to the BJP's attempts to stitch more alliances in states in the run-up to 2024. We've got you covered with all that and much more. The headlines first. Sharad Pawar faction axes Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel among other rebels. Ajit faction dubs Uncle Sharad's meet illegal. Karnataka Speaker in damage control mode after outrage over VIP lane demand for lawmakers. BJP hits out, calls it Congress elitism and VVIP culture. BJP ally AIADMK opposes centre's Uniform Civil Code. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out at centre, says UCC brought as revenge against those opposing the BJP. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj in damage control mode after urination horror. Day after bulldozer raised down accused's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes victim's feet. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau fails to condemn repeated Khalistani threats. India lashes out, says Trudeau, legitimizing terror.
Let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
And the countdown officially begins to the launch of Chandrayaan 3. ISRO schedules mega launch for the moon mission for 14th July. And let's begin with the breaking news that's coming in. The official announcement from the ISRO about the launch of Chandrayaan 3, our moon mission. All eyes will be to our skies on July 14th at 2:45 p.m. we're hearing is when the launch is scheduled to take place. ISRO Chief S. Somnath has just confirmed the same. Remember earlier they were giving it a window of July 13th to July 19th. Now they've confirmed it will happen on July 14th.
about the launch of Chandrayaan 3. 14th at 2:35 p.m. is the launch liftoff time. And if the launch takes place on that day, then we will be ready for landing on Moon possibly by the last week of August. So that the date is decided by when is the sunrise on Moon. We will have to land on the first day of the 15th day slot of the day. Then we will have life for at least 15 days. So this is the date on which we have to land. If everything goes well, then it becomes 23rd of August. Okay, it can be 24th of August also, depending upon the calculations which will happen. But it cannot be 25, 26, because if it gets delayed, then what we'll do is we'll not land.
Okay, so that is the statement that came in from the ISRO chief confirming the time. The Chandrayaan 3 launch is something everyone's looking forward to, considering Chandrayaan 2 was a partial failure. ISRO will be looking to make amends this time around when they're looking to, in fact, once again make a successful landing on the surface of the moon. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, an event, of course, that the whole nation will be looking forward to with our fingers crossed. July 14th is the date that's now been announced by ISRO.
Nation will be looking towards the sky on July 14th, 2:45 p.m. in the afternoon when ISRO will be launching Chandrayaan 3. I'm extremely excited as well as you are that we'll get to see something spectacular in our lifetime. This will be in Sriharikota. The mission will have 3 modules, right? The lunar module, the propulsion module, as well as the rover. On August 23rd or 24th is when this rover will land on the surface of the moon. It will be carrying scientific payloads which will carry out experiments on the lunar surface, as we are told. So just a few days from now, on July 14th or 15th, when the weather permits, but as of now it's July 14th, 2:45 p.m. fixed, that Chandrayaan 3 will take off from Sriharikota using a Mach 3 vehicle, that is a propulsion vehicle that we are using. Mach is the heaviest that we have, and it would take around just over a 30-day period to reach the surface of the moon. And what is crucial is the landing time, right? The sunrise on the moon surface will be crucial so that enough light will be there, and also the operation time also it's quite critical. That will be the main point more than the takeoff. It will be the landing time where we'll all be looking at towards our screen and hoping that ISRO lands the rover right on the moon surface, and it will be a big success.
Very true. And like you said, we're all supremely excited for this event. All our prayers, all our thoughts with the team at ISRO who've been working so hard on this particular mission. Thanks very much, Nagarjun, for joining us with all of those details. All right, let's move on to the top story in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. What's brewing in Andhra Pradesh? Yesterday, the Prime Minister's meeting with Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has set off tongues wagging. And here on India Today, we got you that news break about how the Andhra Chief Minister is mulling the possibility of preponing the election. Slated to happen in 2024 along with the Lok Sabha elections, could Andhra Pradesh go to polls at the end of this year? Is Jagan following in KCR's footsteps? Let's get you more details on that India Today news break.
Will it be Jagan Mohan Reddy or Chandrababu Naidu for BJP? Andhra CM Jagan Mohan Reddy's sudden visit to Delhi has set off tongues wagging. And on the agenda was a meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Besides questions over whether a possible BJP-YSR-CP alliance was in the works. Sources have told India Today that Jagan has sought Prime Minister Modi's opinion on preponing elections in Andhra to 2023. India Today's newsbreak has sent ripples through the state of Andhra and sparked speculation on whether Jagan was looking to ride on the current political momentum to seal another term. But YSRCP is tight-lipped on the possibility of state elections being moved from 2024 to 2023.
They're supposed to give a special status for Andhra Pradesh, and also along with this special status, they have to give the special package for the backward districts in Andhra Pradesh, like Bundelkhand. So we are hoping that Centre and PM Narendra Modi ji will sanction all these pending payments and organizations and institutions and payment, whatever the pending promises they made.
But why will Jagan mull preponing the elections in the state? How could he benefit? Seeing the national opposition unity attempts, Jagan may be counting on giving no time to the likes of TDP to form alliances. He could also be hoping to ride the current political momentum in Andhra and also may be taking lessons from neighbouring Telangana, where CM KCR preponed polls in 2018. If this does happen, pressure will mount on TDP to seal the deal with BJP, something that's reportedly hit one hurdle after another. Sources have told India Today that BJP's alliance talks with TDP haven't progressed, reportedly because Naidu's unhappy with BJP's closeness to Jagan. But the party has for now countered all talks of a BJP-YSRCP alliance.
We don't find any possibility where Jagan Reddy will either be inducted into the NDA or the BJP aligning with Jagan Reddy for the next forthcoming elections. In one scenario, we can say that Jagan Reddy is kind of a most untouchable person in Indian politics today because he is the most corrupt politician.
With the BJP eyeing more allies to join the NDA ahead of 2024, speculation is peaking on who could join the alliance. Will it be Naidu's TDP or Jagan's YSRCP? With Abdul Bashir in Hyderabad and Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining us here on India Today is our National Affairs Editor Rahul Srivastava. We also have with us Abdul Bashir, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Abdul, if I can come across to you first on the news break that you got to us yesterday about Jagan Mohan Reddy contemplating actually preponing the election. What's that about? Why is he actually considering this move? Is it going to actually happen?
See, considering the previous performance of YSRCP in the previous elections that have bagged more than 150 seats, among 175 seats. Now, YS Jagan Mohan Reddy is pretty confident that he's going to bag all the 175 assembly seats in the election. So this has been making rounds that YS Jagan Mohan Reddy can call for early polls, and there are speculations that he will contemplating a dissolution of the assembly, Andhra Assembly, and the alliance that we are speaking about, the alliance with the BJP NDA. Where YSRCP had time and again been supporting BJP in all the bills that have been passed in the parliament and other issues. Now YSRCP recent visit of JP Nadda to Andhra Pradesh and attacking YSRCP had made confusion among the party, and now YSRCP's chief Jagan Mohan Reddy had visited yesterday, where he had spoke about the funds, and also they had been, sources had informed that YS Jagan Mohan Reddy had been consulting Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah regarding, preponing the elections in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Now it is to be seen, will Jagan Mohan Reddy, dissolve the assembly and go for early elections with Telangana and the 4 other states that is set to be held in 4 months from now, or
it could happen in 2023, as Abdul said. At the same time, the Telangana goes to polls. I want to bring in Rahul Srivastava also on this. Rahul, focusing on this particular aspect, I also want to focus on the BJP-TDP alliance and what's happening there. But before that, this preponing alliance talk, why do you think Jagan is actually contemplating this move? Do you think he's taking a leaf out of KCR's book, out of what KCR did previously?
Ashna, if you prepone the elections, you give the opposition lesser time. Anybody who does it, since everybody would be guessing, a lot of things on the ground don't work out. And if you go for early elections, you're giving your opponents less preparatory time. But if it becomes very well known that it's going to happen, then of course the picture changes. But also perhaps the idea is not having early polls. The idea could well be having assembly and status elections separately. That could well be the issue in which Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy, if you look at the outcomes of the assembly elections in Andhra Pradesh, last time around he walked away with 151 seats. But what is significant is 49.5% vote share as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned. Whereas Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP, won only 23 seats and 39.1% vote. Whereas in the Lok Sabha, the picture was different. YSRCP swept 22 odd seats and the TDP got 3. So it is perhaps to ensure that there is no impact of one on the other. In a state, you usually have a lot of issues. Also, it gives you opportunity to swing alliances. That if you are fighting assembly and state together, then you can't have strategic alliances. But if you're fighting them separately, then you can definitely have alliances, or somebody else can have an alliance. Because right now, I think the picture in Andhra Pradesh, as far as the three key players are concerned, is extremely muddy. TDP, YSRCP, and the BJP.
Speaking of alliances, what's happening with the BJP-TDP alliance? There's been a lot of talk, a lot of murmurs about that, but it doesn't seem to be going through for some reason. It looks like it's almost hit a roadblock. Is that really the case?
Yes, I think definitely. One is that in this current BJP, it's very difficult to really know what happens. But in July early, there was a meeting between Chandrababu Naidu. He arrived at Amit Shah's house. Amit Shah called up Mr. JP Nadda. He also came in. And from then were born the news about the buzz about the TDP and the BJP tie-up. But I think little over a month later, it seems that there are trouble. Now, there are certain national leaders of the TDP and the BJP who seem to be in favor of an alliance because they think that both stand to benefit if there is an alliance. Otherwise, the BJP hardly has any presence. BJP contested 25 seats in Lok Sabha, and the vote share was 0.96%. So BJP is not a great player. It does want to make inroads through alliances. But the problem here is that the state level leaders of the BJP are objecting to alliance. They say that let's grow alone because TDP is a very unreliable player. And that's true. He has been switching sides. The second very important factor is that Jagan Mohan Reddy is a very steady ally for the BJP in Rajya Sabha, where the BJP needs the numbers. Now, in that scenario, say, for example, the Delhi ordinance, the BJP needs the support of YSRCP when it comes to that ordinance to beat Arvind Kejriwal's intent.
Yeah.
In that, will the BJP tie up? And in the last few days, the BJP has cleared funds for Andhra Pradesh. Debts have been cleared by banks. Loans are being cleared. In that scenario, the TDP is now feeling that the BJP is riding two boats in Andhra Pradesh. It wants to play with YSRCP as well as the TB. And that is why I think there is now a great amount of problem for the TDP to justify it to the cadres. And then the BJP leaders are saying that the hearts of the national leaders can meet, but the cadres' hearts will not.
Interesting play here. Let's see how it really pans out. But you're right in saying that the BJP is kind of trying to keep both camps happy, TDP and YSRCP. Any formal alliance with TDP will mean that they have a bit of a problem with YSRCP and they need those numbers on their side. There's also the factor of Purandeshwari being named now as the Andhra BJP chief, the sister-in-law of Chandrababu Naidu. And we all know the bad blood between the NTR clan and Chandrababu Naidu right now. So we'll see what really plays out in Andhra Pradesh in the coming days and weeks. I'm slipping into a very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be getting you all the latest reactions coming in on Uniform Civil Code. The debate refuses to die down. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has stepped in. BJP's ally in Tamil Nadu, AIADMK, is also now opposing UCC. What do they have to say? We'll tell you in just a bit.
I was just having a conversation with a very old-timer fund manager, mutual fund manager, and he said that the macro story for India is great, but valuations are still not compelling and not challenging, and quite challenging. Would you agree with that, or would you say that it's a good entry point for India now?
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, you actually are absolutely right. I would kind of, echo the sentiments. I do believe that the macro story is looking very compelling for sure. Quite confident about 15% plus earnings growth, which is like one of the highest that we've seen, that we will be seeing in any of the major markets globally. So yeah, all that is looking quite well. But yeah, but valuations is definitely sticking out. When the markets corrected earlier in February or so, when the Nifty was at around 17,000, it was looking pretty interesting, but the markets have moved up pretty quickly, up about 10% or so from there. And yes, many stocks and sectors are looking expensive at this point in time. Yeah.
There is a fear in certain quarters in the market that during the course of this year, we'll get another spike in volatility. And you may even get the market back to the kind of levels which you found interesting. Do you expect something like that? I know it cannot be predicted, events cannot be predicted, but is it a likelihood in your eyes?
I think the event that will probably create volatility in the Indian markets will probably have to be a global event or an international event. I do not foresee too many negative or let's say big negative events for the Indian markets, which will be domestically caused. My sense is that you will probably see, or you could probably see some volatility created by either some unexpected change, say in the Fed policy, or some other kind of dislocation that might happen in the capital markets globally or something like that. But as far as the developments domestically go, to me it looks unlikely.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Welcome back. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. Let's take a look at how the BJP is preparing for 2024. With what's happened in Maharashtra, the stage is set now for the party to get more like-minded parties to join them, particularly in Punjab, where there's a lot of talk that the Shiromani Akali Dal could just be back in the NDA fold. Let's get you all the details in our next report.
It started as a mission to unite the opposition against Narendra Modi ahead of 2024. A mission that has been jolted by a Mahaquake. After the NCP split, it is the NDA that seems more united than the opposition.
देश के विकास के लिए बहुत सारे राजनीतिक दल एनडीए का हिस्सा बनना चाहते हैं और एनसीपी ने उसकी शुरुआत की है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है एनसीपी का एनडीए में आना और महाराष्ट्र की सरकार का हिस्सा बनना, जहां एक और महाराष्ट्र में विकास को नई गति देगा, वहीं पर 2024 की दृष्टि से भी इन दलों का साथ में जुड़ना और कई और दलों का भारत के विकास के लिए एक मजबूत, निरंतर और स्थिर सरकार भारत के हित में देखते हैं तो लोगों का जुड़ना स्वाभाविक है।
In Uttar Pradesh, Suheldev Bharatiya Samaj Party President Om Prakash Rajbhar, who won on an SP seat last year, is set to return to the BJP.
अरे अभी 27 में चुनाव होगा महाराज, विधानसभा का चुनाव 27 में होगा, लोकसभा का चुनाव आ रहा है, तो हमारी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी पड़ती है बलिया में, तो बलिया लड़ लेवे के चाहिए जाके ना। नहीं, रास्ता तो सबके लिए खुला, दरवाजा देख रहे कहाँ बंद है, खुला रहना जाए जे आवे जा। हमारे यहाँ दरवाजा सबके लिए खुला रहता है, आइए जाइए बात करिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
A realignment is on the cards in Punjab too. Sources tell India Today that the Akali Dal may also return to the NDA fold. This will happen as soon as the party gets a seat share assurance from the BJP. A reunion before Lok Sabha can pay dividends for both. The Prime Minister paid homage to late Prakash Badal in April this year. And last month, at a rally in Chandigarh, Defence Minister referred to the Akali-BJP relationship.
आज जब मैं यहां पर खड़ा हूं तो सचमुच मुझे प्रकाश सिंह बादल जी की याद आती है। लंबे समय से बहुत ही पुराना रिश्ता रहा है बहनों भाई। किंचित कारणों से वो हमारे एनडीए में भी अब उनकी पार्टी नहीं है, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहता हूं, हम एनडीए में जिन लोगों को लाते हैं उनका भरपूर सम्मान करते हैं।
In the south too, BJP leader B.S. Yediyurappa declared the JDS will back them on key issues.
Whatever Kumaraswamy is telling is the truth, and I am going to support Kumaraswamy's statement. And Kumaraswamy and we together will fight in future.
This a day after Kumaraswamy had predicted an Ajit Pawar-like coup in Karnataka.
2018-19, anybody dreamt that my government will go collapse? Same thing in Madhya Pradesh, same thing in Maharashtra is going on. Here also, Ajit Pawar type of person may emerge in future days. For that, actually, we have to wait and watch.
The united opposition is already divided, with several parties not seeing eye to eye on key issues and battling each other in several states. Is this advantage NDA then? Bureau Report, India Today.
So who are the parties that the BJP is eyeing right now? Some of them are done deals, some they're still talking with. In Maharashtra, of course, with all that's happened in the last few days, they've now got allies in Eknath Shinde as well as in Ajit Pawar, a faction of the NCP at least. What about in a state like Karnataka? Well, the H.D. Kumaraswamy and in fact the BJP, that's the JDS and the BJP, have been essentially flirting with each other, putting out very public statements saying we're looking to work with each other. Will that happen in 2024 is the question. In Andhra Pradesh, as we told you some time ago, there have been talks between the BJP and the TDP, but that seems to have hit a roadblock as of now. We'll have to see if it progresses going forward. In Tamil Nadu, there is a tie-up with, in fact, the AIADMK, but remember that EPS has said that they do not back UCC. Is that going to be a hurdle? We'll have to wait and watch. In Bihar, two parties, the Hindustani Avam Morcha as well as the LJP with the BJP. There could be more parties because of all of the talk of defections as well as other parties ditching the JDU, RJD combined. Then you have Punjab, where there is a lot of talk of the Shiromani Akali Dal returning to the NDA fold. There are talks reportedly happening right now, and this is, in all likelihood, going to happen. Let's take a look at the other states as well. In Haryana, the Jananayak Janata Party, Dushyant Chautala's party, could also be joining hands. And besides that, let's also talk about Uttar Pradesh, where there are two parties right now where there's endless speculation over. SBSP as well as RLD. RLD, of course, has said so far there's no question of us joining hands with the BJP, but there's a lot of talk about the SBSP actually becoming a part of the NDA. Let's in fact talk now and switch focus to what's happening on the Uniform Civil Code, because while the BJP is stitching its alliance, the NDA in 2024, the biggest worry and concern is that many of their allies also are opposing UCC, and will that turn out to be a sticking point? Will that turn out to be a problem in the alliance? The AIADMK, for example, has made it clear that they stick to their stand of opposing Uniform Civil Code. in Tamil Nadu. This issue has become a big talking point, with M.K. Stalin once again reiterating that they're dead against, the DMK is dead against Uniform Civil Code being implemented.
आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के नाम पर ऐसे लोगों को भड़काने का काम हो रहा है। आप मुझे बताइए, एक घर में परिवार के एक सदस्य के लिए एक कानून हो, परिवार के दूसरे सदस्य के लिए दूसरा कानून हो, तो क्या वो घर चल पाएगा क्या? कभी भी चल पाएगा क्या?
Ever since Prime Minister Modi has made his big UCC pitch, politics over it has only snowballed. With opposition already divided over implementation of Uniform Civil Code, latest to dissent is BJP's own ally, AIADMK.
ஏற்கனவே 2019 நாடாளுமன்ற தேர்தலில் எங்களுடைய அனைத்து இந்திய அண்ணா திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழகத்தினுடைய தேர்தல் அறிக்கையில படிச்சு பாருங்க, அதுல தெளிவா கொடுத்திருக்கிறோம்.
Tamil Nadu CM lashed out at the centre, calling UCC proposal yet another example of his dictator rule.
மதத்தை, சனாதனத்தை இன்றைக்கு மக்களிடத்திலே திணித்து ஒரு சர்வாதிகார ஆட்சியை இன்றைக்கு அவர்கள் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த பொது சிவில் சட்டம் என்பது நாட்டிலே ஏற்கனவே சிவில் சட்டம், கிரிமினல் சட்டம் என்ற சட்டங்கள் இருக்கிறது.
BJP, however, calls Uniform Civil Code Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सभी का आह्वान किया है और हम सब भी चाहते हैं लागू हो, और सबका साथ सबका विकास सबके विश्वास के साथ लागू हो, और इसमें कहीं कोई मानसिक रूप से अपने आप को दिक्कत में न समझे। हम सबको साथ लेकर के चलेंगे।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has been relentlessly opposing UCC since the day it gathered steam, claiming that the Muslim personal law was an inalienable part of Muslim identity and Muslims would never lose their identity.
ऑलरेडी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने हर हिंदुस्तानी को रिलीजियस फ्रीडम एज अ फंडामेंटल राइट गारंटी किया है, तो वो राइट हर हिंदुस्तानी के पास बरकरार रखना चाहिए, उसको छीनने का किसी को हक और इख्तियार नहीं है।
An unofficial group of senior ministers has been formed that will deliberate upon the various issues related to UCC. This group will be chaired by Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. Battle lines drawn over UCC amid speculations that the Modi government is readying to table the One Nation, One Law bill in the monsoon session. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that report, I'm slipping into a short break here on 6 p.m. Prime. On the other side, we get you our monsoon tracker with the focus particularly on Kerala. The red alert has now been downgraded, but the heavy downpour in the last few days has resulted in homes being completely inundated. Shivimol's reports coming your way in just a bit.
Tell us how you feel and the few reasons that came into your mind to shift this most important futures instrument from Singapore to India.
Any IFSC, the fulcrum always is a stock exchange where a lot of trading happens, and that's what India's main asset class, which is the index. Nifty index is the largest traded index in the world, and it also is the largest traded instruments in the world today. Some portion of it for offshore part was getting traded in SGX, that is Singapore Exchange, for over 20 years now, and that's where it was decided between two exchanges and two governments in around 2017-18 that the orders being placed on Singapore Exchange would come to the GIFT City, and they will be matched here along with the orders coming out of GIFT City itself. And that's where the project started in around 2017-18, and today it has culminated into complete transfer of all the orders coming out of Singapore from wherever in the world when people place orders on Nifty index onto Singapore exchange, they get transferred onto Gift City transparently without even the user coming to know of it, and they get matched against the orders coming from Gift City or other orders from SGX itself. And that is a first time in the world collaboration between two countries trying to compete but also collaborate, and the settlement will continue to take place with the Singapore customers as if they are trading in Singapore, but actually the trading is happening in Gift City.
How, according to you, will traders in India, this is an increasing demographic profile, we've seen young people come into trading, and all of us without fail start our day in the morning by looking at the SGX Nifty quote, which gives an indicator of how the Indian markets open. About 21 hours will be available for Indian traders to hedge their positions after the main markets close at 3:30 p.m. Apart from that, what all will change for Indian traders since SGX now starts trading out of Ahmedabad and not Singapore? Let's take it for traders first.
Traders who are trading in India usually would not be coming into the Gift City because Gift IFSC is actually an offshore jurisdiction as far as India is concerned. It trades in dollars, and normal Indian entities are not allowed to trade here except when they transfer using a liberalized remittance scheme of RBI up to $250,000 per year. So in a way, this is for the high-end traders or high-end investors across the world who have interest in the Indian markets. But naturally that flow which is available to trade on the Gift Nifty would also somewhere through other means, when the FPIs have the registration in both Singapore as well as the domestic Indian markets, then they may be able to arbitrage between the two markets, and that's where the Indian markets will also become more deeper. But the other side, there are around 60 brokers of Indian origin who have now set up shops in Gift City, which is actually a separate jurisdiction, and 40 more are in pipeline. So those people will be getting their customers from across the world to come here and place more orders, and that's where I believe it's going to be a more intense competition for liquidity, and also it will create a much larger pool of liquidity into the Gift IFSC.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Every year this time around during the monsoon, several states struggling to cope with the situation, including Kerala now, where a red alert was issued by the Met Department for several districts. Let's round up for you all the images currently coming in. The monsoon has started finally gaining strength in Kerala, but along with it, endless woes for residents. Many districts in the state has received intense heavy rainfall. Waterlogging was witnessed particularly in Alappuzha district, where people are seen struggling to commute through inundated streets. These are images that we're showing you from Una district in Himachal Pradesh, where a flash flood was seen, in fact, pushing vehicles aside. The region has received heavy rainfall, leading to inundated roads and flooded homes in some villages. These are images that we're getting to you from Ernakulam, where people living in coastal areas and low-lying areas were seen bearing the brunt of the extreme monsoon. A government hospital in Bihar was completely flooded, leaving patients at the risk of infection. Rainwater entered the emergency ward of the DMCH government hospital. This is the largest hospital in North Bihar. Heavy rains were also reported in the national capital region. Waterlogging was reported in several parts of Delhi, Noida and Ghaziabad. There's a yellow alert currently from the Met Department. Let's focus on the situation, particularly the state of Kerala, because since Tuesday night, it's been raining literally cats and dogs across the state in several districts, particularly in central and northern parts of Kerala. Right now, the Met Department, fortunately, has downgraded the red alert. In some parts, it's orange alert. In some parts, it's a yellow alert. But the rains for the last few days has left behind, as always, inundation in several parts, leading to rescue workers also pulling out people from low-lying areas. Here's a report by Shibimol.
Uprooted trees, inundated streets and flooded houses. These are images of monsoon mayhem in Kerala. Incessant rainfall across the state since the night of July 4th has caused flash floods in several parts of the state.
Right now the situation, of course, the rain has been little low since today morning, but in the last few days the monsoon was gaining a lot of strength and was raining heavily in many parts of the state. Today the red alert has been withdrawn, and right now the state authorities, the government is saying that we are not going into a flood-like situation like 2018 or 2019 because in the next few days there will be, the rainfall will be low, the rainfall will weaken is what the rains will weaken is what the IMD has predicted. But right now many places, especially in central Kerala, are experiencing waterlogging, and you can see here we are in Ambalappuzha. This is a very important road that connects between Ambalappuzha and Pathanamthitta, Alappuzha and Pathanamthitta, and the entire road is filled with water. The houses on both the sides are also filled with water. People, the commuters, are actually finding it very difficult to move from one location to another. The house is filled with water. You can see in the visuals here, all the things have been put on top or kept on top of this bed here because the entire house, the rooms, the hall, everything is filled with water. Even in the kitchen, all the entire room has been vacated, and all the things have been shifted to this side, the important things. And ചേച്ചി ഇവിടെ വെള്ളം എല്ലാ കൊല്ലവും കയറുന്നതാണോ?
എല്ലാ കൊല്ലവും കയറുന്നത്. ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ ആദ്യമായിട്ടാണ് വാടകയ്ക്ക് താമസിക്കുന്നത്. കൊച്ചു കുഞ്ഞുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഞങ്ങളെ അവിടെ രാത്രിയിൽ അപ്പുറത്തോട്ടാക്കി പ്രസവിച്ച് 10 ദിവസമായുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ രാവിലെ ആഹാരമൊക്കെ വെക്കാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
People are forced to use boats as a means to commute in Pathanamthitta after heavy waterlogging. The government has issued a warning asking people to stay alert and avoid venturing into the sea.
Both the sides, you can see houses waterlogged, and people using boat services to commute. Both the sides, the houses are filled with water, and people have moved out of this place to camps and nearby other locations as part of their safety. Now, what the government, this time around, the monsoon has been delayed in Kerala, and also there's been a deficit in rainfall that the state received this time around. 67% deficit in the rainfall that the state received. But since the last 2 days, the monsoon has gained strength, and a lot of heavy rainfall has lashed parts of Kerala.
Rain alert is in place for many states, including the national capital. Heavy rains led to waterlogging in parts of Delhi NCR on Thursday. The Met Department has predicted heavy to very heavy rainfall in Gujarat and light to moderate rainfall in UP, Rajasthan, Haryana and Himachal Pradesh for the next 5 days. With Shibimol KG, Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're going to be talking about Threads. I'm referring to the app that's a direct rival to Twitter. We'll get you more details on that in just a bit.
So that was Federal Reserve Chairperson Jerome Powell talking about further rate hikes will be appropriate going forward from here. But now joining in to discuss what can one expect on gold prices going forward. With me I have Sugandha Sachdeva, Executive Director and Chief Strategist at Acme Investment Advisors, joining right in. Welcome Sugandha, and so glad to have you on India Today with us. First up, gold prices really hit 3-month low on the MCX after US Fed decision last night. Do share with us, first of all, how do the gold prices really get impacted with the US Fed's move on the rates, and what does the current pause really mean for the prices going forward?
Yeah, hi, good evening, Sakshi. It's a pleasure to be a part of your show. In terms of the gold prices, we have seen that prices have inched lower after the Fed's decision to pause interest rates after almost 10 consecutive rate hikes. But yes, it's a hawkish stance which the Fed has maintained, even though the market was expecting that Fed would actually pause its year-long tightening spree. But then Fed has already hinted that they are likely to hike interest rates 2 more times this year. So now they're expecting the terminal rate to be around 5.6% this year, which is currently around 5.1%. So this is certainly negative for gold prices because rise in interest rates increases the opportunity cost of holding gold, because gold is a non-interest yielding asset. So that is the reason we have seen some pressure coming in on gold prices. Apart from that, we have also seen that the Indian rupee has also been strengthening. So that has actually accentuated the pressure that we have seen on domestic gold prices.
Okay.
In terms of other key levels also, gold prices have reached the crucial support of $19.35 per ounce mark, which was acting as a very strong support area for a long time now. Since prices have pierced that level, the trajectory has been slightly lower only, but then the broader outlook I still feel is very positive, because pause is certainly there after 10 consecutive rate hikes. So that is likely to give some breather to gold prices going forward. And I think the shifting expectations regarding the rate hike going forward also will continue to dictate the direction of gold prices.
Right. So Sugandha, you did say that, the softening of prices could perhaps continue. Gold has already rallied quite sharply this year. It has also reached all-time high levels in India as well. What is your outlook on the gold prices for the rest of the calendar year? Are they likely to remain elevated at the current levels or cool off substantially, both internationally and domestically?
I think Sakshi, prices are in an uptrend, and I think this uptrend is likely to persist at least for this year and next year as well, probably. But this year looks very promising, and gold is likely to remain the favored asset this year. So we have a lot of concerns about a global economic slowdown, which is likely to be engineered by these high interest rates. And we are also in a high inflationary environment. So that is another trigger which is likely to support gold prices. Apart from that, after 9 consecutive months of outflows from gold ETFs, for last 3 months, we have seen inflows coming back into gold ETFs globally, and that has been majorly led by American funds. Another major reason which has been supporting gold prices is continued buying spree by central banks. In fact, last year, central banks bought a record 1,130 tons of gold. And this year also, this trend is continuing. In the first quarter of this year, you've seen gold purchases of almost 228 tons.
All right. Thanks a lot, Sugandha, for giving us all those insights on what to expect as far as gold prices and the outlook on gold is concerned going forward, and whether these dips could be an opportunity for investors to buy into the yellow metal.
Quality today. In Delhi, 25. In Mumbai, 34. In Kolkata, 23. In Bangalore, 35. In Chennai, 46. In Hyderabad, 65.
As Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are all set to get into a cage fight, they're also fighting it out in the digital space. And that's because Threads has been launched by Facebook and Instagram to take on Twitter. So how different is Threads and what's the response been like? We tell you in our next report.
The much-anticipated battle between tech billionaires Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg has started. Zuckerberg has made the first move by launching a Twitter rival app called Threads. Instagram's text-based conversation app called Threads is now available for download for both Android and Apple users globally. Threads, just like Twitter, will allow users to post threads on the app and reply to others, all of which will be visible on your timeline. Threads also allows text up to 500 characters, links, pictures and videos up to 5 minutes in length. Meta has made it easy for Instagram users to join the new app by linking the two and allowing them to just port over. They do not have to change their handles and will be able to follow the same people as they do on Instagram. After just a couple of hours of the official rollout, Mark Zuckerberg announced on the app that the Threads app has passed 2 million sign-ups in its first 2 hours live in the App Store. After the launch of Threads, Twitter is now surrounded by several rivals, including Jack Dorsey's Blue Sky and Mastodon. This battle is not just about platforms. For many, it's now become a battle of ideologies and money. Just recently, Twitter announced a rate limit restricting how many tweets users can see per day, which has upset many. Such tweaks can push users away from Twitter, making it easy for Zuckerberg's Threads to bring more subscribers on board. Although the rumored physical cage fight between Musk and Zuckerberg is still uncertain, the virtual battle has clearly begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks for tuning in. Coming up on the other side of a very short break is Mission 2024 with Preeti Chaudhary. She's going to be running you through all the latest twists and turns coming in from Maharashtra as Sharad Pawar has declared that he remains the chief of NCP.
This woman from Kazakhstan has made it her life's mission to help underprivileged children. Anna started an NGO during COVID-19 to educate children in Jaipur who can't afford going to school. Anna's NGO called Indian Women Impact has been at it for 3 years now, changing the lives of so many children for the better. Acting as a bridge for children from less privileged families. She offers quality coaching alongside her team of committed teachers.
The children, those who live in Basti, they go to a government school and they come here for study. To get extra knowledge, my parents live in a Basti and they cannot afford expensive course and school for me and my brother and sister. So sir, we come here and study all of those subjects.
Recently, some of the NGO students from disadvantaged backgrounds also performed a French play at the famed National School of Drama in Delhi. Anna and her husband, who is a doctor, use all of their earnings to try to maintain the NGO.
It's been 3 years as we have been running this NGO, Indian Women Impact, and the entire concept is to provide the quality, world-class education to the children from underprivileged backgrounds. And the dream we have is to create the school that can accommodate 5,000 students from such backgrounds, where we can compete with the world-class education. That's the dream.
At this Jaipur-based NGO, students from different backgrounds come together to get an opportunity to achieve all these dreams.
At the NGO, Anna and her group of dedicated teachers try to provide wings to dreams of underprivileged students who earlier had little or no avenues to fulfill their aspirations. Once they come over here, they leave their less than perfect backgrounds behind to get submerged into a world of creativity, of learning and of dreaming big. With camera person Manish Devankur Vadhavan in Jaipur for India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Pokerbazi, you hold the cards.
Very good evening. You're watching Mission 2024 and we're going to take you through all the tumultuous developments that have taken place over the course of the last 8 to 9 hours in the national capital, where Sharad Pawar was here. He's on his way out after addressing his own national executive, which his nephew Ajit Pawar has said is illegal. All of that coming up. First up, the headlines. Sharad Pawar faction axes Ajit Pawar, Praful Patel amongst all other rebels. Ajit faction dubs Uncle Sharad's meet illegal. Karnataka speaker in damage control mode after outrage over VIP lane demand for lawmakers. BJP hits out, calls Congress elitist. BJP ally AIDMK opposes centre's uniform civil code. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out with centre says UCC bought as revenge against those opposing the BJP. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj in damage control mode after urination horror. Day after bulldozer razed accused's home, Chief Minister Shivraj washes victim's feet. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau fails to condemn repeated Khalistani threats. India slams Canada, says Trudeau legitimizing terror.
Let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Countdown to launch of Chandrayaan-3's moon mission. ISRO schedules mega launch for the 14th of July. right, viewers, let's get you up to speed with the latest news break that is coming in, and there's another escalation in the Pawar Parivar party fight. The latest coming in, Sharad Pawar states, I am the NCP president. No truth in Ajit Pawar's claims. Will approach EC and rebuild party. Sharad Pawar faction has disqualified, sacked all rebels. Ajit Pawar Tatkare, Praful Patel expelled. Rahul Gandhi now has met Sharad Pawar as well in midst of this ongoing fight for the claim of which is the real NCP, Ajit Pawar faction or the Sharad Pawar faction. Those visuals that are coming to you on your television screen after the National Executive, Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule meeting Rahul Gandhi. Sitting next to them is Jitendra Awadh. He is, of course, by the Sharad Pawar faction designated as the leader of opposition. Lots going down. Sharad Pawar is now leaving for Mumbai again. He says he's going to go to the people. He says he doesn't care about Chief Minister's aspirations or who is Deputy Chief Minister. Wishes Ajit Pawar the best, but makes it very clear that the party, the symbol belongs to him, which is Ajit Pawar. While Ajit Pawar has the numbers where arithmetic is concerned, where the numbers stand at 32. At 32, where the Sharad Pawar faction is concerned, the numbers right now at 14, where at least the assembly, Vidhan Sabha assembly in Maharashtra is concerned. On the national scale, if you look at in terms of the MPs and the MLAs, 5 each, both in Rajya Sabha and in Lok Sabha. Out of the 5 in Rajya Sabha, 1 Praful Patel has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction, 4 still with Sharad Pawar. Lok Sabha 1, Mr. Tatkare, Sunil Tatkare has gone to the Ajit Pawar faction, 4 still with Sharad Pawar. So in that sense, Sharad Pawar has majority, but deeply depleted when it comes down to the numbers in the Vidhan Sabha assembly now. Listen in to all reactions.
मुझे एक बात पता है कि राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी का मैं प्रेसिडेंट हूँ। दूसरा किसी ने अपने नाम पर स्टेटमेंट दे दिया, कुछ बात कही, वो बात कह सकते हैं, इसमें कोई इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं, कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। पार्टी को ठेस फंसाने का काम कुछ साथियों ने किया, इससे फिर मजबूती से पार्टी को खड़ा करना, आगे ले जाना और अच्छी स्थिति पर लाना, ये मानसिकता हमारे सभी साथियों की थी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि 2024 में महाराष्ट्र में हुकूमत बदलेगी। आज जिनके हाथ में हुकूमत है उनको लोग दूर करेंगे और जो कुछ अपोजिशन में काम करने वाले हमारे जैसे लोग हैं, इनके खिलाफ जिस तरह के कदम उठाए गए, इसकी कीमत उनको देनी पड़ेगी।
All right, let's take you through the developments with my colleague Sahil Joshi, Mumbai Bureau Chief, joining us right outside Pawar residence where the National Executive is just about concluded. And Maushmi Singh, because Sharad Pawar also went to meet Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi expressing solidarity with his ally Sharad Pawar. Party now in a sense of deep turmoil. Sahil Joshi, take us through on what was discussed where the National Executive is concerned. Of course, everything been contested and deemed illegal by the Ajit Pawar faction.
Well, this is to assert that Sharad Pawar is still the president, because yesterday Ajit Pawar camp released their press release claiming that on 30th of June, they conducted a meeting in which elected MLAs, many office bearers, the people from the organizations were present, and they passed a resolution saying that the party is not being run by the democratic principles, and that's why it's not even running on the path formed in the constitution of the Nationalist Congress Party, and that is the reason why they are appointing Ajit Pawar as the national president. So obviously there has to be a counter to it, and to reiterate that Sharad Pawar still is the president of the party. Not only that, the party's working committee and extended working committee met today and sacked Praful Patel, Sunil Tatkare and 9 members of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, including Ajit Pawar, who took oath on Sunday with the BJP Shiv Sena government. Now, interestingly, Sharad Pawar has made it very clear that he knows that the fight is now going to be in the election commission. Right now, the party is saying that they are not going to go approach the court because they believe in the election commission. What we saw in the fight within the Shiv Sena, that the court did not interfere any matter till the time election commission took the decision with respect to symbol and the party and the name of the party. It's very clear now to Sharad Pawar that Ajit Pawar is out to take over the party's name and the symbol the way Eknath Shinde took over Shiv Sena's name and symbol from Uddhav Thackeray, and that is what the fight is going on at this point of time. Another important aspect of this press conference was that Pawar wanted to take this press meeting in Delhi to reiterate that the party's national president is still Sharad Pawar, not Ajit Pawar, the way it happened in Mumbai and suddenly somebody is claiming that this happened. He also made an important claim about if the meeting happened on 30th of June, why the letter to the election commission reached on the 5th of July, to which the Ajit Pawar group is countering, saying that they had sent a letter on 30th June itself. So there is no question of delay of any sort. They have taken all the legal precautions and the fight is going to be till finish. It's very clear now that the fight is going to be in the election commission, and only after that Sharad Pawar will get down on the road, as he keeps claiming again and again that the people who have gone with the BJP will face the consequences when the polls, they will face the polls in Maharashtra.
But you know that time gap between when the election commission actually comes back can be very ambiguous because there is no immediate election in order. But Sahil, just coming right back to you, I just want to quickly pull in Maushmi also, who is joining us. And Maushmi, right after his national executive, he went to meet Rahul Gandhi. Visuals of that also coming in. What was discussed? Because of course Rahul Gandhi must be expressing in-person solidarity of Sharad Pawar's party, completely in a mess right now. A vertical split there.
You know, Preeti, 10 Janpath and 6 Janpath are not just a stone throw away, the difference of just 4. But whether 2 and 2 is going to be 4 for the opposition is the big question. And that's one reason that, pictures of Rahul Gandhi, actually, he came in. Rahul Gandhi coming in right here behind me to meet Sharad Pawar was very, very symbolic, because there is a meeting of the opposition on the cards on the 17th and 18th in Bengaluru. And the big question now is whether the opposition is really a weakened opposition, whether Sharad Pawar will be able to make it, who was considered the Chanakya of the entire opposition unity. And there you are, minutes after Sharad Pawar concluded that entire presser, Rahul Gandhi just came here to meet Sharad Pawar for a 10-minute chat they had. Surely he would have said that the Congress is backing Sharad Pawar to the hilt, even as, it's interesting that how the politics is playing out in Delhi and in the state of Maharashtra with, very scathing remarks coming from Prithviraj Chavan on Pawar's ambition and his partiality to Supriya Sule. So all those factors are playing out, but besides that, Pawar also responded to opposition unity, mentioning the Congress, mentioning the Uddhav Sena, saying that we are going to win finally. Right. So thereby underlining the fact that he is, still forced to reckon with, not only in the opposition but against the BJP.
All right, well, Sahil, pulling you in for one final question. Like you said, that Sharad Pawar wants the EC to make clear on which side who gets the symbol, who gets the party, and then he's going to take to the people and, go amongst the people. But that can take any amount of time. Fastest, I would reckon, it's happened in the case of the Shiv Sena, where it was given to Eknath Shinde. You have other political parties like the LJP, they've still been fighting for that symbol. The symbol is frozen, so, is the party. But having said that, what can be expected now? What's the next course of action?
Well, right now the Maharashtra Assembly session will begin in the second week of July, and in that session we will see some flares inside the assembly, because the speaker, it looks like, will ask the NCP section to sit in the treasury benches, and I think that the people who are with Sharad Pawar are going to oppose it. NCP is also going to lose the leader of opposition's positions because the speaker will have to take a call about who is going to be the leader of opposition. That is also going to be very crucial because once NCP gives up on the leader of opposition position, that also becomes very clear that they don't have the numbers. I mean, Sharad Pawar fraction doesn't have the numbers. Most importantly, now what we will have to wait and see is that whether this opposition bloc remains together. Because, one of the resolution in today's meeting was that Sharad Pawar has made it very clear that they are going to remain with the opposition unity and they are going to continue to fight the war against the BJP and the NDA in Maharashtra as well as during the Lok Sabha elections. But whether the opposition partners are there with him. Today's, as Maushmi was mentioning, Rahul Gandhi is coming to express the solidarity. Even today in Mumbai, there was a meeting of the Congress party and they also came out and mentioned it very clearly that they are going to stand with Sharad Pawar the way they had taken a press conference even during when the problem in the Shiv Sena happened. So the course for the opposition is very difficult. The only option for the opposition parties, specifically the Shiv Sena, UBT, Sharad Pawar's NCP and the Congress, to stick together. If they try to dip into their own problems like the Congress, some of the people from the Congress were very jubilant the way NCP was going. That the breaking of NCP, they were looking out as an opportunity for them. That is going to spoil the opposition game. And that's what it looks like, that even Rahul Gandhi wanted to send a message to the state cadre that do not try these tactics at this point of time.
Fall in line.
This is a time that the opposition parties to stay united, and that's what the message they are trying to say.
Especially after we heard Prithvi Raj Chavan practically taking on Sharad Pawar for favouring his daughter over what possibly the insinuation was a better, more reliable and more capable prospect in Ajit Pawar. With that, appreciate both of you for joining us. Maushmi there, as well as Sahil Joshi. We're going to quickly shift focus to the developments that are coming in from Karnataka right now. Well, Karnataka's capital, Bengaluru, has been marred with infra crisis, but Speaker UT Khader has made a VIP appeal, asking the government to have the National Highways Authority of India to provide a separate VIP lane for smooth passage of lawmakers through toll gates. Many of us are stuck on those same very toll gates for hours at end. But this was mooted by the Speaker, saying that lawmakers, even the MLAs that have retired and no longer are MLAs, ex-MLAs, should get safe and clear passage through these toll gates.
India's Silicon Valley and Karnataka's capital, Bengaluru, is a crumbling mess. The IT city is plagued by traffic jams, frequent waterlogging, potholed roads. The list of woes is long and has been begging attention for years now. But Karnataka's politicians have bigger concerns to address, like how to get through a highway toll plaza in comfort. Assembly Speaker UT Khader on Thursday suggested that the National Highways Authority of India should create a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs.
Seniors ex-MLA told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that MLAs and other names are specified. Ex-MLAs are not specified. We are also respected and dignified and aged also. So for us also you should consider the request.
Demand for a VIP lane for MLAs and former MLAs came after Congress MLA PM Narendra Swamy claimed harassment at a toll plaza.
Pass is issued. It is not for everyone. Pass is issued to the elected representatives only. When the treatment of those toll guys are like this, can you ask us to behave gently with them?
The Speaker's demand for a separate lane triggered sharp reactions. The BJP pointed out that a VIP lane for lawmakers already exists.
Already there is a VIP lane. Already there is a VIP line. Who should be allowed in that VIP line is important. Probably in this direction, the ambulance and the VIP line has been already created. So only thing is who has to be included, has to be looked into it. Probably let us see what Honorable Speaker has been suggesting.
BJP MP Tejasvi Surya called the Congress elitist for seeking a VIP lane. Karnataka PWD minister has denied any plan to add more VIP lanes.
ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ನ ಕೇಳಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ನೇಮಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕು ಯಾವುದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೇಲೆ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವು ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ
The Karnataka Speaker's demand for separate lane for MLAs at toll plazas has reignited the debate on the VVIP racism that pervades the system. Pure Report, India Today.
All right, and the news that we are breaking is a U-turn by the Karnataka Speaker UT Khadar. He's tried to get into some damage control finally after suggesting a VVIP lane at toll plazas for MLAs. Khadar now says that he only articulated a suggestion made by ex-MLAs. Khadar's suggestion has come in for massive criticism, especially from the BJP and also from the regular citizenry that has called it entitlement, VVIP racism of sorts, where they want a separate lane for themselves.
Ex-MLAs, many of them, they were arrested. They said, please give us the pass also. And this is the issue is there. And seniors, ex-MLA told in the NHA guidelines policy, where they have got already emergency and representative lane is there. In that MLAs and other names are specified. Ex-MLAs are not specified. We are also respected and dignified and and aged also. So for us also, you should consider the request was the.
All right, I'm going to cut across right now to my colleague Naga, who's joining us with the very latest. You know, it's very interesting, Naga, if you look at it, because the Congress's entire campaign was built on the people, of what their demands were against the VVIP culture at an extent, and now completely the opposite playing out in the state.
Well, it's the Speaker who made the comment sitting in the chair yesterday while addressing the House. He did an observation that why not a separate lane for MLAs and ministers, because one of the MLAs stood up in the House and said the toll operators are harsh to him and use abusive language to check the sticker that every MLA car has. It's not just Congress, Preeti, but many BJP MLAs too had the same opinion that yes, maybe we need a separate lane as well. But the government has come on record that they have no plans. The present ambulance and VV lane that is sufficient, and they don't have to construct a new one, is what the government has come on record and said. That PWD minister has said that they have no such plans, and the Speaker also has gone on record to say that it was just a suggestion that and he doesn't support this VVIP culture, neither has he asked the government to take a look at it. It was just an observation made, he said, while the toll operators are trying to harass the MLAs and VVIPs while passing through the lane, is what he said. So it is not just Congress versus BJP here in Karnataka. We spoke to all three parties. It is more of a mentality issue for the politicians and the attitude problem that they have. They have a sense of entitlement, both Congress and BJP and JDS here.
Well, appreciate you joining us, Nagarjun, and clearing it out. Not just the Congress, it's also the BJP MLAs all together. At least that's where political boundaries and ideologies blur when it comes down to entitlement. Well, at least the Congress government has now come out and said it's not happening. And the Speaker has also clarified, albeit under pressure, that there is no suggestion in terms of action. He was just articulating some MLAs' sentiments, which included the likes of BJP MLAs as well. With that, a quick break. On the other side, a fact check segment.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a dystopic reality. and it is by any yardstick a growing epidemic. We are all hooked. Admit it, deny it, and this means serious trouble. We are slaves to our gadgets. The addiction has not even spared the young ones.
During this pandemic, there was a shift in the routine life of everyone, and even for my child, when the online classes started, in this 2 years, the first year he was fine, but as and when the screen time got increased, so he started shifting the screens during the classes to see some gaming videos during the classes. I could see that like his craving for that, like asking for mobile, it became more. He used to become arrogant, sometimes aggressive, and later it started being physical. Maybe like screaming, it may be screaming or hitting the walls, something like that, behavioral changes.
Is this how people around you behave all the time? Their heads down into their phones, the relationship with the gadget not broken even during meal times. Well, does this happen to you often? Lost in the real world, only present in the virtual? Are you one of those people who can't do without your phones? You have a relationship only with your gadgets and your screens and not with your friends and family members. Therapy and de-addiction to recover from technology addiction is fast catching up in India, given the situation we found ourselves in. But what exactly is addiction to gadgets?
A lot of this watching screen all the single time is just illuminating our brains quite a lot. You've seen a Christmas tree all lit up. Our brain has a lot of these neuropaths. So every time you see a stimulus, some neuropath gets lit up. And when we are watching screens, it's so stimulating. These games, these video games, these vlogs and these reels that are going on for every 1 minute, something keeps getting stimulated for you all. So a lot of neuropaths are getting lit. So if you see a brain scan of a child, it looks like a Christmas tree all lit up. So it becomes very difficult for someone with such an excited brain to cool themselves down, to calm themselves down. So yes, this is an epidemic.
You are watching Fact Check segment where we bust fake news. On 28th June, a copy of the Quran was set ablaze outside the Stockholm Central Mosque in Sweden, sparking massive outrage by Muslim-dominated nations. This sparked viral claims on social media that the governments of Qatar and Kuwait have called for the expulsion of all people of Swedish origin from their countries. However, India Today's investigation found that though Qatar and Kuwait have condemned the Quran burning incident, neither of them has said that they will expel all Swedish people. This fact check on viral fake news is done by India Today's team Afwa.
She's a fitness expert and I'm going to show you all the different ways to achieve your fitness goals. If you see, I'm hanging by a harness over here. Very interesting because I'm about to do aerial bungee jumping. Anushka is an expert at that. She's going to teach me and Nitika how to do this. It combines dance, acrobatics and lets you achieve your overall fitness goals. These workouts help you defy gravity and make you use body weights to propel movements. You are strapped to a harness, a bungee cord that is secured to the ceiling. This form of workout has been around for many years, but only just recently picking momentum in India, quite literally. Here you can see Nitika and me having a lot of fun. A dance-like routine, lunges, jumps, and Peter Pan-like movement. How does this even help?
You burn your beautiful calories in a beautiful way.
Yeah.
Second, you sweat because you sweat, your pores get open and activated.
Yeah.
Because of your heart pumping, there's so much of blood rush, your blockages get open.
Yeah.
Then you have knees functioning.
Yeah.
So the function of your knee, because the format in such a way that it's a low impact.
These exercises are extremely nice. They are basically taking off the weight from your joints. There are certain injuries that you're still predisposed to, especially if you are a person who has low back pain involvement of any kind. So if you're an osteoporotic person, bungee jumping may not be, or the bungee exercises may not be the best workout for you.
Aerial bungee fitness has a lot of benefits. Not only is it a full body workout, it's also low impact exercise, making it suitable for anyone susceptible to injuries. It will give you core strength and stability and enhanced flexibility. It also helps with stress relief and mood enhancement, which is a given with any workout.
They're jumping up in the air and giving each other a high five, and guess what? They're burning a lot of calories while doing it. Why would you not go in for an exercise which is so much fun? Now, just to give you a download, one session can cost you anything between 800 to 1000 rupees, and you should ideally do it thrice a week to maintain that continuity. I've had a great session with you doing this workout. Tell me a little bit about who should not do this, because it involves a lot of movement.
Okay, so talking about who should not do this, because it's definitely very hard on your heart. So anybody with heart diseases will not perform bungee. Second, pregnant ladies, anybody with knee injuries, any fracture which has not been healed cannot perform this.
Co-powered by The world comes together at Sharda University. SBI Mutual Fund, a partner for life. UBI, अच्छे लोग अच्छा बैंक.
Good evening, you're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. While all eyes are trained on the ongoing political saga in Maharashtra on which is the real NCP, belongs to whom? Ajit Pawar faction, Sharad Pawar faction. In midst of that, there was also some heavy politicking that went down in the capital, and that was the Congress meet on Rajasthan. With assembly elections in Rajasthan now just less than 6 months away, the Congress party facing a make or break leadership tussle between current Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. The senior Congress leaders met today to discuss potential strategy for the upcoming election. The visuals that you see are of the Congress senior leadership alongside of Sachin Pilot, and virtually joining was the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot. There was an attempt to resolve the ongoing leadership dispute. The meeting, which was held at the party's headquarters, saw the participation of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, former party chief Rahul Gandhi, Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal, State in charge Sukhjinder Randhawa. Also present was State Unit Chief Govind Singh Dottasara and other senior Rajasthan Congress leaders. Mr. Gehlot joined in virtually, as he says he's fractured both his toes, but Sachin Pilot was sitting right next to Rahul Gandhi. Sources say Congress might accommodate Pilot now in the role of party's Rajasthan unit chief or the campaign committee in charge. The Congress believes that the BJP is extremely divided in Rajasthan, which is an opportunity for the party to retain the state and break the norm of an alternate government every 5 years. Now, over the past month, Mr. Pilot has been publicly critical of Mr. Gehlot's administration over alleged inaction against corruption charges levied against the previous Vasundhara Raje-led BJP government. Mr. Pilot has also called for the disbanding of the Rajasthan Public Service Commission and demanded action for victims of job exam paper leak. Congress says the party will fight unitedly in the upcoming polls and that the party is fully confident of winning it. Remember, this meet comes on the heels of Congress clearing the mess in Chhattisgarh. Can it assure a truce like Chhattisgarh in the desert state of Rajasthan as well?
29 leaders from Rajasthan have participated in this meeting, including Chief Minister, PCC President and other senior leaders. Everybody unanimously decided that we have to win Rajasthan and we can win Rajasthan easily, provided there should be total unity. Therefore, everybody unanimously resolved that there will be a unity among the Rajasthan Congress.
राजस्थान के विधानसभा को लेकर कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष खड़गे जी, हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी, सब लोगों ने, रंधावा जी ने एक मीटिंग कॉल करी थी और सभी राजस्थान के प्रमुख नेताओं को यहाँ पर आमंत्रित किया गया था। लगभग 4 घंटे हमारी ये चर्चा हुई। आने वाले कुछ महीनों के बाद राजस्थान के विधानसभा के चुनाव हैं, उन चुनावों के लिए क्या स्ट्रेटेजी होनी चाहिए, कैसे पिछले 25 सालों में लगातार यहाँ पर एक बार भाजपा एक बार कांग्रेस का जो प्रकरण चल रहा है उसको खत्म कर कर पुनः दोबारा सरकार कांग्रेस की कैसे बने, इस पर बहुत सार्थक, व्यापक और महत्वपूर्ण चर्चा हुई। सभी मुद्दों पर हम लोगों ने डिस्कशन किया, बड़े खुले दिमाग से किया और मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि सभी लोगों ने ये कॉन्फिडेंस व्यक्त किया है कि हम अगले कुछ महीनों में मेहनत कर कर अपनी सरकार को रिपीट कर सकते हैं।
All right, so how was the peace brokered? Number one, it seems an assurance has been given that the Chief Minister face of elections will not be announced. Will Pilot once again get the state chief post? That's a big question. All 3 demands of Pilot have been partially accepted, is what we are being given to understand. Now, Congress's leadership issues as well in the recent past, they've been settled. Will the Congress be able to set in Rajasthan is the question. In Karnataka, Dr. D.K. Shivkumar versus Siddaramaiah resolved. Where Chhattisgarh is concerned, Bhupesh Baghel versus T.S. Singhdeo temporarily resolved. T.S. Singhdeo now Deputy Chief Minister. Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath versus Digvijay Singh resolved. Clearly, Kamal Nath coming in, possibly being the chief ministerial face and under whom the election would be fought in the state of Madhya Pradesh. But in Rajasthan, Ashok Gehlot versus Sachin Pilot, unresolved. Let's cut across to our guest this evening, Sanjay Jha, political analyst, someone who's batted for Sachin Pilot quite fiercely in the past. Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist. Sharad Kumar, senior editor, Jaipur Bureau. I want to cut across to our Jaipur Bureau chief before we go to Rashid Kidwai and Sanjay Jha. Sharad, क्या हलचल है? कुछ सेटलमेंट दिखाई दे रही है अब? क्योंकि एक बात तो तय है, जो चीफ मिनिस्टर की मांग थी वो अब नहीं रही है। एक स्टेप पीछे सचिन पायलट ने भी लिया है, एक क्या कह रहे हैं, काफी स्टेप पीछे सचिन पायलट गए हैं। क्या प्रॉमिस हुआ है? कुछ आंकड़े निकल के आ रहे हैं?
देखिए, साथ तो थे, भले ही जयपुर और दिल्ली में थे, मगर साथ थे। दिल भी मिल रहे हैं क्या, ये बड़ा सवाल है। हम लोग कर्नाटक की बात करते हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ मॉडल की बात करते हैं, मगर मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत क्या सचिन पायलट को किसी भी भूमिका में स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हैं क्या? क्योंकि जो अंदर रुख रहा, जो हमारे विधायकों से, मंत्रियों से बातचीत हो रही है, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जो थे वो थोड़ा सा कड़े तेवर में थे। जैसे मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत अपना काम गिना रहे थे तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप बोल लिए हैं तो मैं बोलूं, और फिर उन्होंने कहा कबीर के दोहे सुनाए, काल करे सो आज करे, आज करे सो अब, पल में प्रलय होगी बहुरी करेगा कब। तो ये कहने का मतलब था कि अब कब करोगे, बहुत लेट हो चुका है। ये जो कबीर के दोहे उन्होंने मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे ने मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत को सुनाए हैं, मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं न कहीं अभी तक ये हम साथ गोपाल ने, लेकिन द एंड अभी बाकी है। एंड में क्या होगा, क्या सचिन पायलट किस रोल में होंगे, क्या AICC के महासचिव बनकर उन्हें यहाँ से हटाया जाएगा, अगर कैंपेन कमेटी के चेयरमैन बनते हैं तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत एक कदम आगे बढ़ा के गले लगाएंगे, क्योंकि आप भी बता रहे हैं प्रीति, हम लोग भी देख रहे हैं कि सचिन पायलट अब पूरी तरह से गांधी परिवार को खुद को सौंप चुके हैं और गांधी परिवार को लगता है कि हमें इनकी भूमिका तलाशनी होगी। अब लोग कह रहे हैं कि ऐसी क्या इमरजेंसी थी, पैर में चोट लगी थी, 7 दिन का बेड रेस्ट था, 7 दिन पूरा होने वाला था कल, बहुत होता तो 7 दिन और हो जाता, ये मीटिंग ठीक होने के बाद शरीर उपस्थित हो जाते अशोक गहलोत। मगर कांग्रेस ने दिखाने की कोशिश की है कि चुनाव आ गया है, अब आला भी हम हैं और कमान भी मेरे पास है, तो हम आपके बिना भी मीटिंग कर सकते हैं, आप चोटिल हैं तो VC से जुड़ जाइए। और जिन नेताओं को बुलाया गया था वो सारे वो नेता थे जो रिकॉन्सिलेटरी बात करते हैं, जो किसी धड़े के नहीं हैं और जो तेवर नहीं दिखाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक संदेश दिया है कांग्रेस ने कि जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में सोचते हैं वो हमारी पार्टी, हम उनको दिल्ली बुलाकर मीटिंग कर सकते हैं, आप लोग लड़ोगे तो लड़ते रहो। एक और बात कही है राहुल गांधी ने कि लॉयल्टी जो है, लॉयल्टी कांग्रेस में रॉयल्टी देगा, हम लॉयल्टी को आगे रखते हैं और कभी न कभी आप लोगों को मिलेगा। वो सचिन पायलट की बगावत का जिक्र था और 25 सितंबर को जो कुछ मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत के लोगों ने या इनके कहने पर किया गया, उन दोनों का वो सीधे सीधे जिक्र न करके दोनों नेताओं को एक संदेश देना चाह रहे थे। लेकिन देखिए सचिन पायलट जिस बात पे अड़े हुए थे प्रीति कि RPSC का पुनर्गठन हो और दूसरा वसुंधरा राजे के शासन के दौरान जो भ्रष्टाचार उसकी जांच हो, तो उनका फेस सेविंग तो देखिए कांग्रेस ने कर दी है कि आपको हम तरजीह दे रहे हैं। अब आगे रोल को लेकर कहा जा रहा है कि हो सकता है कि आज रात तक डिसाइड हो जाए,
सचिन पायलट थे उन्होंने हर रैली में बहुत बोला था इन तीनों पे कि वो हिलेंगे नहीं जब तक ये 3 चीजें सरकार नहीं मानेगी। एक फेस सेवर दे दिया है उनको। अगर आप देखें तीनों में गहलोत जी ने वो एक्सेप्ट कर लिया है या उनको एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए बोल दिया गया है?
देखिए एक्सेप्ट कर लेते तो शायद किसी वेणुगोपाल को प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस पे बात नहीं कहनी पड़ती। उन्होंने कल ट्वीट किया, लेकिन ट्वीट में पुनर्गठन की बात जो है वो छुपा गए थे, जिसे केसी वेणुगोपाल को कहना पड़ा कि हम विधेयक लेकर आएंगे और कानून बनाएंगे कि कैसे सदस्य बन सकते हैं, क्योंकि अभी बाबूलाल कटारा पकड़े गए थे। अब राजस्थान में सही भी है कि जिसको जो मन चाहे मुख्यमंत्री बना सकता है RPSC का सदस्य, और फिर पेपर लीक में पकड़े जाते हैं। तो फेस सेविंग तो दे दिया है, लेकिन वही मसला अटका हुआ है। बहुत सारे मंत्रियों और विधायकों ने, 4 मंत्री और विधायक ने कहा कि आप यहाँ पर BJP से जीतने की बात तो कर रहे हो, राहुल गांधी मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे का, लेकिन जो हमारे 2 बड़े नेता हैं सचिन पायलट अशोक गहलोत, उनको साथ लाओ, क्योंकि BJP इसी मुद्दे पर हमें घेरती है। उनको कैसे साथ लाओगे, आप इसकी बात करो। राहुल गांधी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे इस बात को सुन रहे थे, तो मुझे लग रहा है कि वो जो फीडबैक लिए हैं हो सकता है कुछ काम करें। प्रताप सिंह खाचरियावास जैसे नेता हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि पावर का सेंट्रलाइजेशन हो गया है, एक ही आदमी के पास पावर है, पावर जो है बंटना चाहिए, 3 महीने का समय है, पावर शेयरिंग कीजिए आप। रघु शर्मा जैसे नेता, उन्होंने कहा कि अच्छे 98 के बाद हम कभी बहुमत में नहीं आए हैं। पिछली बार अशोक गहलोत सचिन पायलट साथ थे, तब भी हम बहुमत में नहीं आ पाए। तो स्थिति इतनी आसान नहीं है। और राहुल गांधी ने कहा कि योजनाएं जो है अच्छी हैं, मगर सिर्फ योजनाएं नहीं जिता सकती हैं। तो मुझे लगा कि घर संभालने की एक कवायद की शुरुआत है और आज बहुत अच्छा खुशनुमा माहौल में सारे कांग्रेसी खुश हैं वहां से, और सचिन पायलट भी खुश हैं, जो गए थे वो खुश हैं, कार्यकर्ता खुश हैं। मगर फिर कह रहा हूँ कि प्रीति अभी पिक्चर का तो एंड है।
देखिए पिक्चर हर जगह बाकी है, महाराष्ट्र में पिक्चर बाकी है, राजस्थान में पिक्चर बाकी है, हर जगह बाकी है। बने रहिएगा शरद आप हमारे साथ। I just want to bring in Rashid Kidwai, Sanjay Jha into this conversation. Rashid Kidwai, you know, what are your sources telling you? Earlier on, it seemed that the Congress was not in a mood to entertain Sachin Pilot. That has thawed right now. One by one, leadership issues or the crisis that has been faced is seemingly getting resolved in each state. We just saw what went down just 4 days ago, where Mr. Dio was given deputy CM-ship. This is a little more complicated than that. But Rashid Kidwai, what was offered? Because we are given to understand, number one, Sachin Pilot was very clear that he wanted to be the campaign committee in charge where Rajasthan is concerned. At least he'll have a say in ticket distribution. The other thing which seemingly was offered is a post of General Secretary, either Maharashtra or
Kamal Nath saying, because close to Sachin Pilot, that you come to Madhya Pradesh. What really went down, Rashid Kidwai?
I think, Preeti, today's upshot is that assertive Kharge. It is a return of the high command culture. The Congress president is having a kind of leverage and a kind of mandate that he can resolve things independently. So it's a bad day for Ashok Gehlot for a variety of reasons, but I'm not sure whether it's the end game for Ashok Gehlot, because his camp can play some monkey trick. So we have to wait and watch. But I think in terms of optics, the fact of the matter is that Mr. Kharge is not only able to tame Ashok Gehlot, but he has also brought Sachin Pilot on board. Now Sachin Pilot is ready to take a Delhi assignment or assignment in Jaipur. So he is not, he is not blocking anything. So in that sense, all credit should go to Mr. Kharge that, as you cited example of Chhattisgarh, then we've seen in Karnataka, we've seen it in many places. So Kharge is doing it in a very decisive manner. I've covered Congress for many decades. I have not seen that, either Sitaram Kesri or PV Narasimha Rao, being able to do things in organization the way Mr. Kharge is doing it. And this goes to his credit. And recently he had a one-on-one meeting with Rahul Gandhi. So it seems that he and Gandhi family are not on the same page, and he's able to do much more. So this is a positive signal for the Congress, big day for Congress, as I said. Now, how Mr. Gehlot reacts to all this, because just one last thing, Preeti, the fact that Congress saying that, no chief ministerial face will be projected is all right. When there is not an incumbent Congress chief minister, it's bizarre, because you can't say this that Bhupesh Baghel will not be the chief ministerial face in Chhattisgarh. So the fact that they have said that Ashok Gehlot, in effect, what Venugopal has said, that Ashok Gehlot would not be a chief ministerial face in Rajasthan, I think this is very, very significant. And I don't know how
it is significant, and clearly it's you don't know how is Rashid Kidwai, the sheer fact that Mr. Gehlot, we wish him well, we wish his health well, but he was in the hospital at the right time where the meeting was to be called, and then joined virtually because he says he's fractured both his toes. But Sanjay Jha, I want to bring you in. Do you also see that, Sachin Pilot also needed to, and he has now, clearly calmed down a bit, taken a step back, reassessed his position, and then played his, hand, because earlier on he was also being very aggressive in terms of language outside, and then the stand that he also has taken with the Congress High Command. There's been a climb down on his part as well.
Preeti, you look at the larger context of this current development in Rajasthan. Number one, the Congress has clearly got a tailwind after Karnataka. Now, we all know that there are 5 states going to the elections in November, December. 3 of them, if you include, are in the center and central India and the western India, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. And then you have Telangana in the south and Mizoram in the northeast. And I think the Congress is really at the moment believing, and I think correctly so, that they have a chance to actually come up with a phenomenal performance. The news so far, politics is extremely fluid, but the news so far is extremely encouraging for the Congress in Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh and in Mizoram. After what has happened in Manipur, I think you're going to find a significant ripple effect of that. And in Telangana, I also believe that once again, the Congress seems to be getting its edge back into play. So at the moment, and I agree with Rashid what he's saying here, that Mr. Kharge becoming the Congress president and, Rahul Gandhi being relieved of this executive decision making, that is not an easy job, I think is turning out to be a very formidable combination. So the only state where the Congress seemed to be concerned, and genuinely so, was Rajasthan, and because of a very, brazen public gridlock between the two leaders. And I think the Congress has recognized that they have now a distinct chance to, hopefully upset the BJP in Rajasthan, because it is a swing state that moves from one state to the one party to the other. But I can tell you this with confidence, that Sachin at no point, and I'm saying so here because I know him pretty well, at no point entertained the prospect, which was being speculated by many, that he will leave the Congress or start his own party. Sachin was always of the conviction that the party has to give him firstly recognize what he did 5 years ago and the way he's hung on despite the extremely awkward situation that happened a few years ago. But he never threw in the towel. And I do believe it's a win-win for the Congress to bring these two stalwarts. One is young, one is older.
You can try, but will it happen is the question. And Rashid Kidwai, the sheer fact right now, will Sachin Pilot, who has been adamant, at least with the fact that he wanted to stay in the state-level politics of Rajasthan and given a position in Rajasthan, will he now accept maybe a General Secretary Madhya Pradesh or a Maharashtra, which possibly he was offered today?
Yes, I think from the after today's meeting, I think Sachin Pilot is very much open to the idea because he has put that ball in Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge's court. Mr. Kharge has won him over not with kind of confrontation, but with reason and with logic and rationale, etc. So I see in Madhya Pradesh there are over 25 assembly seats where there is a sizable Gujar vote. So Mr. Pilot is a quite effective person as a campaigner.
And he has a great working relationship with Mr. Kamal Nath as well.
Precisely. But Preeti, there's just one thing very quickly. See, the problem is if there is going to be election the same time in Rajasthan, and if Mr. Sachin Pilot is made in charge of Madhya Pradesh, another election bouncer, I think that doesn't gel very well. So I think Sachin is going to seek time till November, just 6 months, and till then he would want to be in Rajasthan, and after that, of course, he'll be free to take up a kind of General Secretary's post. But he's left it to Kharge.
All right, if he's open to it, because till now with our understanding was that he was very clear that, he's cut his teeth, earned his spurs in the state of Rajasthan, would want to continue with Rajasthan politics, especially at this time where, you're at a crossroads where leadership is concerned. Sanjay Jha, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, Preeti, I agree with you completely. Sachin is invested in Rajasthan. That is the state that he actually helped bring back to the Congress at a time when the Narendra Modi wave was very strong. And I do think that his political career, frankly, has fructified from that state. So the question of him abandoning Rajasthan doesn't arise because if the Congress does well in Rajasthan, or even if it doesn't do as well in Rajasthan, I do see that the message being sent out is that Sachin is definitely the future. I don't think anybody will debate that. Even Mr. Gehlot will agree with it.
I'm going to quickly, well, you don't know if Mr. Gehlot will agree with it. I don't think Mr. Gehlot is going to agree with it. And Sharad,
I agree with you.
I want to bring in Sharad quickly on that. Sharad, जो दिल मिलने की आप बात कर रहे थे, अगर सचिन पायलट कहें कि देखिए हमें कैंपेन इंचार्ज तो आपको बनाना पड़ेगा, वो कैसे एक्सेप्ट होगा वहां पर? फिर वही बात आ जाएगी टिकट डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की, और आप तो जानते ही हैं क्योंकि बहुत बार गहलोत साहब खुद जो जादूगर है उसको बार प्ले करते हैं.
मुझे लग रहा है कि मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी और राहुल गांधी दोनों की भूमिका यहाँ पर महत्वपूर्ण होगी. अगर वो समझाव परस्यू कर पाते हैं तो ठीक है, वरना डंडा चलाना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके मिल पाएंगे. वैसे आइडियल सिचुएशन में ये मिलने से रहे, और कांग्रेस के आम कार्यकर्ता का ऐसा मानना है कि जब तक ये दोनों मिलेंगे नहीं तब तक राजस्थान हम जीते नहीं. एक परसेप्शन बना हुआ है सचिन पायलट गुजर वोट बैंक, गुजर नेता, लेकिन आप चले जाओ जाटलैंड में, नागौर में, या फिर बाड़मेर में, या फिर हनुमानगढ़ में, पूर्वी राजस्थान से बड़ी बड़ी रैलियां उन्होंने की है. तो वो एक परसेप्शन पता नहीं दिल्ली में ऐसा बना हुआ है कि वो गुजर नेता है, मगर सचिन पायलट का जो अपील है अक्रॉस ऑल कास्ट है. तो इसीलिए कार्यकर्ता भी चाह रहे हैं कि अशोक गहलोत का अनुभव, उनका काम और सचिन पायलट का नाम साथ रहे. इसीलिए कार्यकर्ताओं में खुशी भी है. क्या पता कोई राह निकले यहाँ से, मगर फिर कह रहा हूँ कि दिल मिलना इतना आसान नहीं है. ये खाई इतनी गहरी है.
जी, खाई गहरी है पर पता नहीं हो जाए, अभी भर जाए, वही बात है. बहुत शुक्रिया all three of you. Thank you for joining us, especially with what Sharad was saying, where the Gujar vote is concerned. Well, Sachin Pilot is very clear that he is not just a Gujaron ka neta or a leader of the Gujars, and that possibly is one of the reasons he might not go to a state like Madhya Pradesh, where there are about 20 seats which have the impact, where the Gujar vote impacts. He wants to be a leader in Rajasthan. Like I said earlier, he's cut his teeth there, he's earned his spurs. His political career has been, rests on his laurels won in Rajasthan. Will he let it go so easily? Well, today it seemed that at least the High Command was concerned, was tilting maybe towards Sachin Pilot. What tomorrow brings, we'll keep you updated. A quick break. Up next, Rahul Kanwar.
tell us what the brand means for India, sir. The premium motorcycling, and of course for Hero MotoCorp, entering from a Aam Aadmi segment to a premium motorcycle, that to a super luxury premium motorcycling, sir. How does it feel as a brand, sir?
Well, the brand Harley Davidson, of course, is already present in India, now being distributed by Hero very successfully. There has been a very successful transition from Harley's earlier business model to the current business model of distribution. So the brand is very well known, very popular here. There is a large set of customers who were wanting the Harley Davidson brand, but it was out of reach for them. Now, with the introduction and the launch of the Harley Davidson X440 this evening, booking starting tomorrow, Harley Davidson brand is going to become in the reach and affordable for many, many more consumers who would want a Harley Davidson, which is exactly what we are wanting to do.
So how excited are you when it comes to, tying up with Hero MotoCorp, one of the largest motorcycling companies in the world? Harley Davidson also one of the biggest names in the super premium luxury segment of motorcycling. How does it feel to tie up with Hero and eventually trying to get a good market share in India?
Well, very excited. First of all, we never left India. Yeah. I changed the business model to be more successful than we have been in the past by truly partnering with one of the leaders in India in terms of manufacturing and engineering. It's a perfect 1+1=3 scenario. As you know, Hero took over our distribution for Harley Davidson when we in 2020 when we started our new hardwire strategy, which also included a key pillar to selectively expand into new business segments. And that was one segment that Dr. Munjal and I decided back then in 2020 could be a great opportunity. Ever since then, it's actually become a very fast-growing premium segment in India, and to be able to launch a bike that was originated in 2020, that is designed, that is engineered and has the look, sound and feel of a true Harley Davidson, manufactured in India is a very special day for us.
And how many motorcycles are you planning to get into India through Hero? And how much investment, Pavanji, also I'll take some numbers out there. How much investment is the company undertaking from either a Harley or your internal investments? How is the numbers matching up there, sir?
Well, Niranjan, in his earlier discussion interviews with you all, has already spoken about the investments that Hero is making now and going forward, both in the premium segment and electrification. Hero's focus is huge right now on electrification and the premium segment strategy. So he's already given those numbers to all your 1,500 crores every year going forward. The rest of the question, I think, was...
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 36 and minimum 26 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 24 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 25 and minimum 19 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 23 degrees.
Breathe, breathe, breathe.
A stronger core, a toned figure, classical yoga. Add some anti-gravity into the mix. And you have this fun, elegant and rather exciting aerial yoga practice going for you. Celebrities all over are obsessed with this Instagrammable yoga. They've been hanging upside down like owls of the aerial silks suspended from the ceiling. The acrobatic aspect makes it a lot of fun and rather very clickable. Shilpa Shetty, Alia Bhatt, Jackie Fernandez, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Ananya Pandey, Malaika Arora and so many more have shown us how they look after their bodies and tone those abs for a beautifully strong core that makes age look like just another number. Aerial yoga is a hybrid one. Developed by Michelle Dortignac in 2006, it involves dancing, Pilates, yoga poses and tons of acrobatic moves.
You have to add on to other ways of format as well if you want to see yourself into a progress to aerial. So either you do your body weight workouts, either you do yoga, either you do ashtanga, anything that has to be, alternate.
If you get bored going to the gym every day or running or walking does not cut it for you, give this a shot. This anti-gravity yoga as a lifestyle change. It will help you maintain great fitness, help with flexibility and balance. Just remember to check with your doctor first. Yes, doctor, because it is so dynamic that there are some who should not do it. Pregnant women, people with migraines, or anyone who is not allowed to hang upside down for medical reasons, people with blood pressure issues. Your doctor can decide if you are suited for it or not. With that clearance, get set and go.
Heart patients, people with cataract eyes, eye operations, people with high fluctuating BPs, definitely they cannot perform aerial yoga. Rest, everybody, depending on their strength, depending on the progression towards flexibility, can perform aerial yoga.
We get it if normal yoga is boring for you, and hence look at how the aerial one works.
Keep breathing, do not hold your breath.
One session can cost you approximately 800 rupees depending on where you go. You require a minimum of 2 to 3 sessions a week for 3 months to learn this properly. And while it looks far more exciting than regular yoga, it has benefits aplenty. It enhances flexibility, boosts your mental health. It can boost spiritual well-being. It could help strengthen your core, help tone the body, help you achieve overall fitness goals. Indeed, this practice is picturesque and looks too tough for beginners. But with the right instructor, it is super simple for most who are into fitness already, with an additional benefit of leaving you feeling super zen. In New Delhi with Nitika Gandhi, Lifestyle Bureau, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Ply Club Prime, Raho Befikar. Co-presented by
Macho Hand, Bade Aaram Se.
Powered by NECC, Sunday Hoya Monday, Rose Khaw Day. Co-powered by the new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. What can India do
to pressurize the Justin Trudeau government into ensuring that Khalistani supporters do not have a free run in Canada. That's my top focus on the news track.
Kill India posters. Khalistani gatherings. Open threat to diplomats. But Trudeau deflects India's concerns. India puts Canada PM on notice.
We have seen some comments, at least the media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau. But let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
Is Trudeau a terror sympathizer?
Time for a change in this country.
Trudeau backing terror for votes? Big focus on Newstrack.
The Trudeau government depends on a party called the NDP, the New Democratic Party, to ensure it stays in majority in Canada. And the NDP is run by Jagmeet Singh, who's a separatist politician who has pro-Khalistan views. So how can India try and break this nexus so that Justin Trudeau and the government of Canada realizes that you can't give terrorists a free run? This is completely unacceptable. We'll get into that. Here's a look at the headlines today. The Pawar war continues. Uncle Sharad expels nephew Ajit, declares that he's the only NCP president. Ajit calls Sharad Pawar's meeting in Delhi illegal. Karnataka Speaker suggests a separate VVIP lane for lawmakers at toll plazas. Has to backtrack after outrage. Now says this was a suggestion made by ex-MLAs. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin hits out of the centre over the UCC. Says it's being brought in as revenge against those opposing the BJP. NDA ally AIADMK also opposes one nation, one law. Days after a Dalit man was urinated on, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister washes the victim's feet and apologizes for the incident. Congress snipe says Shivraj Chauhan and his government can't wash away their sins. India's moon mission Chandrayaan-3 to be launched on the 14th of July. It will attempt a soft landing on the moon by delivering a lander and a rover to the lunar surface. The Canadian government is under fire for a massive Khalistani surge in the country. But Prime Minister Justin Trudeau doesn't think he has a problem on his hands. While Khalistani armies have been holding major rallies in Canadian cities, Trudeau thinks India's claim that his government isn't doing enough to crack down on the extremists is wrong. He thinks this is about freedom of speech. The big question is, why is Trudeau soft on Khalistani supporters, especially since the government went after Iranian protesters in a big way? When the protests were happening in Iran, there were supporters in Canada who were protesting. The government then came down hard, and those were just protesters. Here are terrorists who are advocating violent causes. Why is Mr. Trudeau not acting against them?
Kill India rallies. Bid to set consulates on fire. Threats to diplomats. Unrestricted by any authorities, the Khalistani groups across the United States, Canada and the United Kingdom are having a free run. Just days after an attempt was made to set the Indian consulate in San Francisco ablaze, a new Khalistani rally is being planned in the United Kingdom. A poster promoting a Khalistan Kill India rally outside the Indian High Commission in London on July 8 has surfaced. The poster carries images of Indian High Commissioner to the UK Vikram Doraiswamy and the Consul General of India in Birmingham, Dr. Shashank Vikram. Similar posters targeting Indian diplomats were seen outside Indian missions in Canada, US, and Australia. According to intelligence agency sources, Khalistanis like Gurpatwant Singh, Pannu and other K groups are openly getting help from Pakistani spy agency ISI. These acts have lit a major diplomatic and political fire. Notoriously soft on Khalistani terrorists, Canada has failed to take action against Khalistanis. On the contrary, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has gone on to accuse India of false remarks and asserted that Canada takes every kind of threat very seriously. Trudeau is being accused of pandering to the Khalistani vote bank in that country.
They are wrong. Canada has always taken extremely seriously violence and threats of violence. We've always taken serious action against terrorism, and we always will. We have an extremely diverse country, and freedom of expression is something that we have, but we will always make sure that we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms.
The media reports about comments by Prime Minister Trudeau, but let me make the larger point that the issue is not about freedom of expression, but its misuse for advocating violence, for propagating separatism, and for legitimizing terrorism.
The fine words and sentiments apart, it is a fact that Canada has tolerated Khalistani provocations against India for a long time. The United States, on the other hand, has assured that steps shall be taken to ensure the safety and security of Indian diplomats.
We take very seriously the safety and security of diplomats that are living in the United States. We have been in close contact with Indian authorities, with local law enforcement. We are trying to take the necessary steps to ensure that Indian diplomatic community feels safe and secure here, and we'll continue with that work going forward.
The Indian government is treating attacks on our missions as serious provocations.
हमने उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है कि वो उनको खालिस्तानियों को स्पेस न दें, क्योंकि उनकी सोच जो है ये रेडिकल एक्सट्रीमिस्ट विचारधारा जो है वो ना हमारे लिए अच्छा है, ना उनके लिए है, ना हमारे रिश्तों के लिए है। तो ये जो पोस्टर का विषय जो है ये हम जरूर उन सरकारों से उठाएंगे।
But desperate for attention, Khalistani groups are adamant on pulling every kind of stunt possible. Bureau Report, India Today.
When asked why wasn't he doing enough against those terrorists in Canada who are espousing the Khalistani cause and advocating armed action in India, Justin Trudeau says, we are a diverse country and we have freedom of expression, but we will always make sure we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms. But that is exactly what the Canadian Prime Minister isn't doing. And I want to tell you about what happened on the 8th day of October 2022. This is when in Canada there were protests in support of the protesters in Iran. So people of Iranian origin and those who supported the protests that were taking place in Iran. This is after a lady had been killed because of the hijab. There were massive protests in Iran. At that time, the Canadian Prime Minister issued a statement, and his government said that we will be taking stronger action against members of the Iranian regime, those who are protesting, including ensuring that we go after them for any assets or homes that they have in Canada. So action has been taken, as we mentioned the last time, even in the Freedom Convoy protests in February 2022, action taken even at that time where emergency powers were invoked to end protests. So it's not as if when it suits the Canadian government, they don't act against protesters. They acted against the anti-vaccine mandate protesters, where bank accounts were to be frozen, and therefore, and that happened again in February 2022. So therefore, when it suits his political agenda, and these are important issues, freezing bank accounts of those who are protesting against vaccines. But it could be dismissed as freedom of expression. It's their choice. Hey, they don't want a vaccine, Novak Djokovic didn't want a vaccine. Nobody froze his bank account. So then why do this? And why not follow similar principles? To talk about this, I'm joined on this broadcast by Vivek Kajju, former secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. We have Sushant Sareen, one of India's best-known strategic affairs experts. Terry Milevsky is back with us, senior Canadian journalist who spent a lot of time looking at Khalistani terror. He's the author of the book Blood for Blood, 50 Years, the Global Khalistan Project. We have Jagmohan Singh, editor of the World Sikh News and human rights activist, and Puneet Sahani, expert on the evolution of Sikh identity and Khalistani terrorism. I want to go across to Sushant Sareen first. On Justin Trudeau's response, saying that we are a diverse country, we have freedom of expression, we'll always make sure we are pushing back against violence and extremism in all its forms. There seems to be a big disconnect between the public mood in India, what the Indian government is saying, and the Canadian Prime Minister's interpretation, where Trudeau seems to be saying, it's all Changasi, sab Changasi, this is freedom of expression. Let the boys and girls say what they want.
Rahul, clearly Justin Trudeau is talking nonsense. Now, since when has violent speech, hate speech, threats to kill somebody, threats to assassinate diplomats become freedom of speech? Is that the standard of freedom of speech in Canada? Is that the standard to which the Canadians conform to when it involves, say, a life threat to a Canadian politician or a Canadian diplomat? Will it be kosher if tomorrow people in India start issuing death threats to Canadian diplomats in India? Will that come? And we are much more diverse than what the Canadians are, mind you, right? So that is one. Secondly, when he says that we have pushed back against terrorism, can he please tell us how they have pushed back against these terrorists? What have they done to bring these terrorists to book? And forget about what has happened recently. Please ask them to tell us what have they done against these Khalistani scum who have intimidated normal, ordinary people. They have vandalized temples. They have done all kinds of other things. What pushback has come from the Canadian side? Can he please let us know? Because we are clearly not aware of what exactly he has done. Number three, we keep talking about his political compulsions. Now, Jagmeet Singh might be part of the Khalistani scum brigade. That's pretty clear. But are you trying to tell me that the NDP is basically a Khalistani party? That he is so terrified of Jagmeet Singh and the NDP and Jagmeet Singh's hold over the NDP that Mr. Trudeau has lost all political savvy to try and, make sure that relations with India and Canada is not a Pakistan or a China, that it's a hostile country, it's supposedly a friendly country. For them to carry out or allow this kind of activity to take place in Canada, I don't see how this is acceptable. And finally, let us examine Mr. Trudeau's own record. Puneet, of course, is very qualified to talk on it. But Mr. Trudeau himself has sacked people from his own party who have stood up against the Khalistanis. And he has planted a whole lot of these Khalistanis in his cabinet. So for Trudeau to pretend that he is actually not hand in gloves, not sleeping with the Khalistani element, not holding a brief for them, I don't think it convinces anybody in India.
Terry Milevsky, you've studied the Khalistan problem. You've looked at the Canadian Prime Minister's response. He says, we are doing what we can. We take action against violence and threats of violence extremely seriously. However, those who are issuing these threats, taking out posters, wanting to kill our ambassador, our consul general in the United States, in Australia, in Canada, no action has been taken against them. Does the Canadian Prime Minister's response convince you in the least, sir?
Your audio is cut out.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Try that again. Your audio is...
Okay, I'm going to ask you about the Canadian Prime Minister's response. He says that there is freedom of expression, but we are against violence and extremism. He also hasn't so far acted against those who are issuing threats to Indian ambassadors.
All right. I'm sorry, I didn't hear part of your question, but I get the drift, and you're quite right. First, there's no question that what has happened with these posters is quite simply that Seeks for Justice, the organization that is running the referendum on independence for Khalistan, is painting targets on the backs of Indian diplomats. It's impermissible. It's outrageous. And the Prime Minister's statement, it pains me to say as a Canadian, is not just clueless. I mean, it totally misses the moment, fails to understand how seriously this must be taken. And secondly, it's false. It's flat out false for any Prime Minister of Canada to look at Canada's record in dealing with terrorism. And I mean, in particular, the one that does involve Khalistanis, the bombing, the Kanishka bombing, the bombing of Flight 182 in 1985 with the deaths of 329 innocent civilians. Any Prime Minister who could look at the extensive record, the hundreds of pages of findings and evidence in that case, that any Prime Minister could say that we have been extremely serious about terrorism is utter nonsense. I'm amazed that the Prime Minister seems not even to have been briefed at all, let alone briefed properly. I mean, the Canadian officials, spies really, had the culprits in Air India under surveillance, and they were wiretapping their phones for 3 months before the bombing and did nothing about it. They tailed them to a test bombing 3 weeks before the real thing, did nothing about it when they heard the explosion in the woods. And, by the way, 3 weeks before the real thing, the government of India and the Air India bosses sent pleas to Canada saying, look, you've got to assure that absolutely tight baggage security on our flights leaving Canada, because we're getting a wave of threats and somebody's going to try to smuggle a bomb on board in either the checked baggage
what is so shocking,
which is exactly what happened.
Mr.
So
Terry
that's not
Milevsky,
extremely that's not serious.
why does Justin Trudeau have blinkers on? Why is he so soft on the issue of terrorism? If this was a rally in support of Osama bin Laden, or if this is a rally in support of some Taliban terrorist, I don't think Justin Trudeau would be soft in this fashion. Then he wouldn't say this is freedom of speech.
Cowardice. It's cowardice. The conventional answer, as you well know, is, it's vote bank politics. They don't want to give up the votes of the Khalistanis. But, I mean, that's cowardice in the face of a very feeble threat. I mean, there are just as many Hindus in Canada as there are Sikhs in the Indian diaspora here. I mean, there's no real need, if you look at the voting figures, to be terrified that if I say a bad word about the Khalistan movement, that I won't get elected next time. Because it's very difficult to get elected, in fact, in Canada, if you are an openly Khalistani sympathizer. It's best to conceal that and to deny that, then you might get elected. I don't know why they are so chicken in the face of such a feeble threat. And now they're faced with an opportunity which they're failing to take, an opportunity to say, okay, now they've gone too far. You can't threaten diplomats. We're going to crack down and we're going to do something about it. And I heartily endorse Sushant's comments a moment ago about the feebleness of this alleged pushback. My question is, what pushback? The foreign minister has made a statement saying that these posters are unacceptable, I quote. Well, why are we accepting them then if they're unacceptable? What are we doing to stop it? Why do these people have a permit, if indeed they do have a permit, to have a march? Why is the municipal authority letting them have a march in the name of a rally to threaten diplomats with death? That's what this is. These are death threats. So the whole attitude of the government, as represented by Prime Minister Trudeau's statement, is totally lacking in seriousness.
Vivek Kajju, if this was a protest in support of the Taliban, Justin Trudeau would have come down hard. There is no question about it. Some of them are Khalistani terrorists, the others are supporters of the Khalistani cause, and yet, because of their dependence on a party which is run by a Khalistani sympathizer, and because of their perception, as Terry explains, that going against the Khalistan sentiment will hurt Trudeau in the next elections, he doesn't seem to be doing enough. What can and what should India do next beyond the press conference of the Ministry of External Affairs, beyond what Dr. Jaishankar has said?
Rahul, please permit me a couple of minutes because I think this is a very serious issue. The first point is that it is the responsibility of Canada to ensure the security of our diplomats, and we must hold Canada's feet to the fire on this. There is simply no way in which we can allow them to escape this responsibility. The second point is that it is absolutely nonsense, and I agree with Sushant completely and with Terry, to say that this promotion of Khalistan through what is suggested clearly as violent means is part of freedom of expression. But that, and I'm not, as a former diplomat, I'm not interested in what are Mr. Trudeau's domestic political compulsions. That is for him to work out. In international affairs, one doesn't look and provide alibis to a person like Mr. Trudeau for his political problems. But the third point, and that is what you asked me, what can India do? I think that is a serious issue that we must look at. I think we have evaded our responsibilities. Even in the clip of Arindam Bagchi that you mentioned, that you played out, he suddenly, instead of calling out Canada straight away, he went to a larger issue. I recollect that when the Brampton parade was out, which showed obviously there was a depiction of Indira Gandhi being shot at by her two security personnel. I regret to say that the foreign minister, external affairs minister, did not even name Indira Gandhi. He went again to the larger issue of terrorism being bad for Canada, being bad for us, etc. We must call out Canada straight away and not get involved in our own domestic politics in this process. And my third point, we've been too indulgent with the Canadians. For instance, the Canadians, do you know, ask visa seekers who belong to and are former members of Indian Defence Forces to list out their service records. And very often, they deny visas to those of our service personnel who have served in Jammu and Kashmir. This is a fact. You can check it out.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And yet, Rahul, what have we done about it? It is not only Mr. Modi's government. It is the previous government too. I recollect, and permit me to say this, as secretary, when I was serving as a secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, there was a case which came out in the papers of a BSF person belonging to the BSF, and I recollect calling in the Canadian High Commissioner and telling him in no uncertain terms that he had no business to ask for the service record of our personnel. These were confidential documents, and these confidences are to be maintained. And
no, so but what can we do? That's the question. Remember.
No. Please.
Can we do anything extra, sir, beyond what's been said?
That is what I'm saying. It is preposterous to allow our people to give service records, and we must tell the Canadians this. Now, it is difficult politically.
They'll tell you we won't give you a visa.
Pardon?
They'll say we won't give you a visa. Forget it. We reject your application.
No, then we must accept that our relations with Canada will be downgraded. We should have no reluctance. Now, there is a large Indian diaspora in Canada, and all political parties in India have connections with diasporas. We must accept, all as a political class as a whole must accept that despite the diaspora, despite these connections, if the Canadians are persisting in this behavior, then the diaspora's interests are one, but India's interests are supreme. And
okay, Sushant Sareen, specific ideas on what should India do? Vivek Kajju says downgrade relations with Canada.
Rahul, there have been people in the Indian Ministry of External Affairs who have actually retaliated against the steps that the Canadians have been taking on this visa issue. So for every visa they have blocked, we've blocked 20 of theirs, including of their officials, including of their relatives, family members, all kinds of other things. Relations between India and Canada are pretty strained right now, and for justifiable reasons as far as we are concerned. The Canadians, do a lot of grandstanding and moralizing, much like the Brits and the others have done. And now they are all having to pay a price, just as the Canadians will pay a price. Number one. Number two, I think we need to crack down very hard on this particular action, what Mr. Kajju is talking about. Number two, I think we need to, the government doesn't need to do it, but there are Canadian diplomats out here. If you are allowing people to paint target on the backs of my diplomats, I think a quid pro quo is called for. As simple as that.
No, but that would be a very low-level tactic. Why, if others are going low, why should we go lower?
Yeah, look, it's all a very... Are you trying to tell me that what the Canadians are doing is very high-level diplomacy?
Of course
not. Is that what your argument is?
Not at all.
So,
no, but I'm saying you don't have to go down the same path.
Pakistanis, one second, Rahul, when the Pakistanis would assault Indian diplomats, do you think a démarche or something like that would work with the Pakistanis? You caught hold of their guys out here and you beat the hell out of them. And that the message sinks in real fast at that point of time. So, it has to be a quid pro quo. If you are going to mistreat my diplomats, you are going to mistreat my people, I'm going to do the same thing to your guys. It's as simple as that. And if this is not acceptable, then start downgrading relations. Frankly speaking, I don't think there's much to gain from Canada if they continue along this path. What is the difference between what the Canadians are doing and what the Pakistanis do? The Pakistanis tell us that please remain engaged with us, otherwise the terrorists will win. The Canadians are saying the same damn thing, that you continue doing business with us, we'll continue doing all sorts of things with you, but we will not stop the terrorists. How does that work for me?
Puneet Sahni, do you have any specific ideas on how India can try and break the current situation where Canada claims completely wrongly that it's doing enough, but chooses not to act against those who put up posters advocating violence? What can and should India do?
So, Jai Ma Bharti Rahul, thank you for letting me speak. So, I would just make, what Mr. Trudeau is saying is a bunch of lies. And if I had more time, I would have actually explained. But anyway, so his father, Pierre Trudeau, this guy, Talvinder Parmar, there was an extradition request in 1982. And he did not extradite the terrorists to India because he said India did not respect the sovereignty of the Queen or something like that, some ridiculous reason. And that guy went on to bomb the Air India airliner. So much for Canada doesn't support terrorism. Now, the other thing actually is what is very important is Trudeau himself, part out of ideology. It's not that he can't do. He has gone out of his way to destroy political career of Sikhs who took the courage to speak out against the Khalistanis. So on the west coast of Vancouver, there was Braj Dahan and, Terry had actually done this report and I put also on my tweet. It's on the top of my tweet. Anybody can read it. He foisted this Khalistani on top of them, Harjeet Sajjan. And these people, they are Amritdhari Sikhs. They left the party in disgust that we can't be part of this Khalistan thing. Then the other side, and this is like the most shocking thing, the Brampton, this area where this, this is the Punjab of Canada. The MP was a Jat Sikh Ramesh Sangha. There was an intelligence report that this Khalistan terrorism is an upswing. He basically said, I'm a proud Sikh. But, Khalistan terrorism, so I am against terrorism. Why are you conflating these two? For that, would you believe, Rahul, what they did to him? They called Ramesh Sangha, who is an MP, who has votes of Punjabis. He's a Jat Sikh himself. This Trudeau and his henchmen, they called him a racist. A Sikh is standing up and who represents the most number of Punjabis and he's speaking out against Khalistan terrorism. He was called a racist and he was kicked out of the caucus or the party. And now that person, his political career is destroyed and he runs a law practice now. So this Trudeau has not just not done anything. He has gone out of his way and taken vengeance on and nobody speaks it. People are terrified because of this. If they can do this to an MP, imagine about the average person. So now with Twitter, it's like Terry and me and a few other people. We make a noise about it, that this is coming out. So if you see this Mrs. Gandhi tableau, that they have completely normalized this terrorism and Rahul, I will say, please come. I was just in Canada. I'm not just talking about you as a journalist. I'm talking to you as a Sikh. You are also a Sikh. You know, you grew up in India like me, and we always got so much honor, and you know, we were so proud to be Sikhs. You just come to Canada and go to any Gurdwara. You will land on Toronto on this Pearson airport, and next to it is the Martin Gurdwara. You go and you will feel ashamed, and you will say, I will never send my kids or anybody near a Gurdwara. Do you know what there is? There is a big photo of Kulwinder Mali. What is Kulwinder Mali? What had he done? He had stopped a bus in Ladru and taken the Hindus out and, you know, roasted with bullets 35 Hindus. And then he went to Fatehabad, the same gang. So in 24 hours, and again they roasted Hindus. So they killed 70 Hindus. This is what they are teaching, this hatred in Gurdwara. But nobody has the courage to say something because, you know, they can destroy an MP. So what are ordinary people like this? So it's not, you know, this was saying, you know, there is a diaspora there, we don't care. Oh, diaspora is the biggest impacted community here. They have been if they can paint a target on the back of a council general. So what is an average Indian supposed to do?
What's your suggestion? What should India do? What can India do? What must India do?
This is what the only person they ever listened to was the person who set them straight, who was also a Jat Sikh and who had seen terrorism, was Captain Amrinder Singh. And he said Canada should be taken to United Nations for promoting terrorism. And he did not meet the Khalistanis, and then they immediately behaved, no, we are against Khalistan, and they did it. You should degrade the diplomatic relations from High Commissioner level to Charge d'Affaires level. And this is the first thing. And you should ban WSO, which has infiltrated all the Canadian institutions like Muslim Brotherhood, and they bully everybody. So this is what they are doing. So if you cannot do these two steps, then you can't do anything, and you know, you have left these people to the wolves.
Jagmohan Singh, there really is no justification, no matter what your ideological point of view, to put out a target on ambassadors, to suggest violence against them, to put them in the crosshairs. This is completely unacceptable action. And yet there are many who simply aren't willing to speak up against supporting terrorism.
This is
the panelists before me have been talking about history of 1985 without talking about the fact that you must understand whether it is the protagonists of self-determination, whether in India or in Canada. There is a problem. The problem is that India views everything as a law and order issue. And it is from this it flows that senior panelists would say that, you know, we will have a tit for tat policy. Now, it doesn't work like this. India and Canada must sit down together and understand that this is a conflict between the Sikhs and the